Territory, but since then I've made my home here in Merri-bek. I love our progressive, creative and diverse community. There's so many great places to visit. There's always something new to learn, something new to see, or something to do. In 2018, our council declared a climate emergency. The reality is that the climate crisis demands we reshape our cities to deal with the impacts of rising heat and more extreme weather events like flooding. But there's also opportunity. Imagine if we use this chance to make our streets greener, cooler and more livable and safe for everyone to get around in, no matter if you're walking, riding or driving. There's a lot of work for us to do together and I'm really excited about the next 12 months. So please get in touch with your ideas and I look forward to meeting you out in our community. We got it? Good.
Open Streets trials are initiatives to open the streets to people walking, riding, scooting and close the streets to car traffic just to drop off and pick up times. We know that a lot of schools in Merri-bek really struggle with congestion. We also know that a lot of families want to walk or ride to school, but the dangerous zones outside the school gates often push people away from making that choice. So it's really about just creating a really hyper-safe, sustainable, healthy space in front of schools.
It's been absolutely brilliant. The kids are loving coming to school on Tuesdays. There's a real vibe and a sense of, joy when we start the day together. Lots of families are starting to come back. Our student attendance has increased on the days that we have open streets, and also we have less lateness as well. So it's just been brilliant all around.
We don't normally walk, we normally drive, so it's a really good incentive to get parents that don't normally do it, doing it. Once we're out and walking, they really enjoy it. It's so much safer. The kids love coming in here, playing, drawing with chalk.
This has been probably the highlight. Parents are saying, wow, can we do this more often, which has been fantastic. To see the joy on the kids' faces and to hear them saying, wanting to ride their bikes and wanting to have a play on the street's been amazing.
We have a huge percentage of our students riding to school. You can just see how successful it is. We've got kids riding, parents coming along, just really enjoying themselves. And it's changed my thinking. For someone who drove to work, bought my own bike and riding to work each day, it's amazing.
It's a fun experience. I normally walk, but today everyone's doing it, so I might as well join in.
It's also an initiative that residents and the local community can take part in. We want to see people coming out, having a coffee, we want to see people talking to their neighbours, and it's been really fantastic to partner with Bicycle Network and the schools to run these initiatives and really see, some healthy, happy street space.
Being part of Open Streets has been really exciting. We're interested in making people view their neighbourhood streets in a different way, being spaces for everyone and multi-use spaces, not just for throughways for cars.
And just listen to all this noise. It's great having everyone have so much fun around you and just being active. No, we're really stoked. We should have it every day.
This is very attractive for parents and kids to spend together. I think it's encouraging people to ride to the school.
I think it's definitely a good idea to get people active and getting people involved with the community. Because of this, it got a lot of me and my friends to ride to school every day. I get to see all my friends and talk to new people.
I'm Maya, and I've been really into boxing and I do a lot of art in my spare time, and I'm also a disability support worker. I was officially diagnosed with chronic fatigue probably about 2 years ago. I have a specialist doctor and I was telling him I really need a label for this. And the reason he said that he didn't want to give me the label sooner was because he knew how it was perceived in the medical field as like being a bit of a joke, and that it actually is more detrimental to me to have the label than not to have it. And it's better to go to the doctors saying that you have adrenal fatigue or something a little bit fancier just to be taken a little bit more seriously. It's hard to have this sort of condition because everyone knows what fatigue is like, so everyone can jump in and sort of add their anecdotes, and I think it takes away from what it really is like. When people show a genuine interest and it's not sort of clouded by their own experience or I know what it's like being tired all the time, it's actually just really helped when people are like, what is that actually like? That gives me the opportunity to be like, it's so much more than people think. It's not just being tired throughout the day or needing a coffee. It's, you know, having 10 hours of full sleep and not being rested. It's not being able to get up in the morning. It's being late to shifts because you just can't move your body. You know, it's really hard to be 22 with a chronic condition that makes me feel like the energy of an 80-year-old, or having to come home at 10 o'clock at night when it's a Saturday night, you know, that sort of thing. So I think it just really helps when people ask questions, because it makes me feel seen. It makes me feel like people are actually interested, instead of making the assumption that, oh, I know what it's like, I can deal with it, why can't she? People with disabilities, they have so much to bring to the table, but I guess the table isn't always accessible to them, so to speak. I guess that's like the most important thing, is to give them a platform, especially, you know, working with disabled people and advocating for them. You realise like how hard it is for them to even have that voice in the first place. I see how much they struggle to get the support they need and to have their voice heard and to just get their basic needs met. That already gives you sort of an idea of how hard it must be for other people with invisible disabilities to even just get disabled parking, or to have someone offer their seat to you on a train. I think that's really important, is the distinction between equality and equity. It's that equality is all great and good, but the reality is we're all very different. We all have different needs and abilities. It's okay for one person to need a little bit more external support than another person.
Well, they did putting the solar panel on top of the roof. It looks beautiful, and what is important is knowing the help that it could for us, for our energy sufficiency. I saw everyone here in our neighborhood is putting solar, so I said to myself, I will think about it. I will not lose anything, you know, so I choose to put it, and that makes a difference. It helps us when we receive the bill now. We saw the difference from the usual amount that we paid, so it went down. And I think, you know, it will help us, the money that is being not paid before, we can use it with other things. And I think the overall help of that solar being installed in our roof is really to save some money, and also helping the climate change. And it will really make a difference for the earth, you know. In a way, it is helping us. So I will recommend, don't hesitate to put this solar panel in your roof. It is a big difference to have it.
I'm here on behalf of the City of Moreland to start the official process of renaming our municipality. The Council received a letter from the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung. The Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung said, retention of this name for the principal civic body for a diverse community is untenable. The Council agreed.
The language of this land is not lost, it's still looking for its people. And this is one big step actually to bring the voice of the land back by naming the local language area. Language connects us to culture. It's how we learn everything, how we express everything. Now let's use all the wisdom, resources, capacity, knowledge, history to learn from the past and never let it happen again, and move forward and help the people that need it the most.
Pedestrians and bike riders, including a large and growing number of Coburg High School students, are at risk every day on and around Coburg's Bell Street Bridge at the Nicholson and Elizabeth Street intersection.
The area is notorious for traffic accidents. Recently, a Coburg High School student was injured by a car while walking in the area.
Footpaths on the Bell Street Bridge are significantly narrower than other bridges in the area, yet the Bell Street Bridge carries more traffic than almost any other road in Merri-bek, 47,000 vehicles a day. The narrow paths, along with high volumes of cars, trucks and buses, pose an unacceptable risk to safety and accessibility in our communities.
We know that more than 1,000 people walk and wheel across the bridge on weekdays, just in the morning and afternoon peak periods. Even more use the bridge during the day and on weekends. We also know that students are worried about walking and cycling across the bridge. And for many, it's their only way to and from school, or to access the after-school activities and shopping.
Good evening, councillors, members of the gallery, and to our viewers live streaming tonight's meeting. Just checking you can all hear me? Great. My name is Councillor Adam Pulford and I'm the Mayor of Merri-bek City Council and the chairperson of tonight's council meeting. It's my pleasure to welcome you to tonight's council meeting. We're meeting on the lands of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people. We wish to acknowledge them as the traditional custodians of these lands and waterways and pay our respects to their elders past and present, as well as to all First Nations communities who significantly contribute to the life of this city. This council meeting is being recorded and web streamed live to council's website and Facebook. This recording will also be available as video on demand. Attendees are advised that they will be recorded during the meeting. A reminder that as councillors, we'll act in accordance with the Councillor Code of Conduct, which will support the principles of leadership and good governance that secures public confidence in the office of councillor. In the event of an emergency or disruption, we may be required to take action to ensure everybody's safety. For members of the gallery and councillors attending in person, please follow directions issued by council staff and security officers. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. I'd like to introduce the other councillors in attendance tonight. We have Deputy Mayor Councillor Lambros Tapanos.
Good evening. Good evening.
Councillor Angelica Panopoulos.
Good evening.
Councillor Oscar Yildiz.
Good evening.
Councillor Mark Riley.
Good evening.
And Councillor Sue Bolton will join us briefly in a moment. The following councillors have been approved to attend tonight's meeting via electronic means. Councillor James Conlon.
Hi, everyone.
And Councillor Helen Pavlidis.
Good evening.
As well as Councillor Helen Davidson, who's not with us just yet. And just acknowledging that Councillor Sue Bolton is also with us this evening. I'd like to introduce the Chief Executive Officer, Kathy Henderson, and we have members of the executive and members of our governance team here to help the meeting run smoothly. I'd also like to acknowledge and welcome the family of the late Michelle Guglielmo in the room, in the gallery. So her mother Angela, her father Domenico, and her sisters Nicole and Vicky. So if you just give, a little wave. Thanks. Hi, welcome. Moving on to apologies and leaves of absence. Councillor Anna-Olivia Carley-Hannon is on approved leave of absence from the 1st of April to the 30th of April inclusive. And Council Hart has requested carers and compassionate leave, that is a leave of absence, from the 1st of April to the 19th of April 2024, inclusive. Councillors, could I please have a motion on Councillor Hart's requested leave? So Councillor Bolton to move, Councillor Riley to second. All those in favour? All those against? I can declare that's carried.
Mr. Mayor, can I also request leave from the 30th of May to the 30th of June? I will be attending council meetings during that time, but I will be overseas.
Right, okay, so in 30th of May to 30th of June inclusive. And do we have a motion for that? Councillor Riley, Councillor Pavlidis to second. All those in favour? All against? I can declare that also carried unanimously. And I don't believe we have any other apologies for tonight's meeting. So I'll move on to disclosures of conflicts of interest. Councillors or the CEO, are there any conflicts of interest to declare?
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a material conflict of interest to declare for item 12.2, which is a CEO employment matter. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO. Item number 3, the confirmation of minutes of previous meetings. Councillors, could I please have a motion for the confirmation of the minutes of the council meeting held on 13th of March 2024? Councillor Panopoulos to move, Councillor Riley to second. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Okay, Councillor Pavlidis abstains. I declare that carried. Councillors, now that we've confirmed the minutes, we'll move on to acknowledgements and other matters. There's up to 10 minutes in our meeting tonight provided for councillors to acknowledge and recognise achievements of local individuals and organisations and raise matters considered important to council that aren't already listed on the agenda. Councillors, are there any acknowledgements or other matters you'd like to raise? Councillor Riley? That's okay.
Mayor, just briefly to alert people to know that Merri-bek community event is happening on Saturday the 20th, which is an important initiative that Merri-bek City and Darebin City are working together on. And whilst we acknowledge the work of the Friends of Merri Creek and the Merri Creek Management Committee and the incredible work in recovering this creek from a drain and a sewer, it's now at the point where the community are really wanting to not just add value to the waterway itself and the greenery and the trees and the nature around it, but also to celebrate that and to share that, but to also look at more closely acknowledging the Indigenous heritage values and the First Nations involvement in the caring for that and sharing their knowledge about that. So this event will be an opportunity to do that, to gather around fires and hear some of the stories about that, but it's also a chance to meet your mayors on both sides of the creek and really just to have a good social time to celebrate other values along the creek in addition to the environmental values. So that's going to be mainly around the Ceres location on the creek on Saturday the 20th of April. And also to note that Council's working on a treaty forum ahead of Reconciliation Week in May. And so another date for your diary is the 23rd of May to come and find out about treaty processes in Merri-bek and with the Wurundjeri Wurrung. The First Nations Justice Wills Group are helping to put this on, along with the First Peoples Assembly, the Victorian sort of Indigenous Parliament, if you like, another sort of voice for Indigenous people in Victoria. So just to acknowledge those, I really thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Do any other councillors have any acknowledgements or other matters they would like to raise? Councillor Pavlidis.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. It's not an acknowledgement, it's more so to raise something that's been sort of brought to my attention more than once. And I'd like to sort of be able to put this on the record and get a response back so that there's an answer that everybody is aware of. Many of our residents have mentioned that they have been banned from social media by council. The only means they have to watch a council meeting is via the website. But as we all know, there's no notifications. If you're blocked, you're blocked. So you don't receive any notification. So I'm interested to understand the process for banning somebody on social media, how long they're banned for, and what their review rights are. So if I can have that address, please, and brought up at the next meeting, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pavlidis, and just heard from the CEO that we will get back to you on that and to councillors on that. Yeah. Okay, any other acknowledgements or other matters? And sorry, also welcoming Councillor Helen Davidson. Do you want to say hello so we can hear?
Good evening.
Yes, great, welcome. Okay, we'll move on to petitions. So item number 5. There were no petitions listed in the agenda, but we do have a number that people would like to submit. So, councillors, do you have any petitions to be tabled on behalf of residents?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe there's a resident in the gallery to table a petition.
So we'll hear this first, and I believe there's also another petition. Yeah. So welcome. If you want to come in and... Hi, I was about to say the same thing. Just make sure the light's green on the mic. If you could just introduce yourself, the suburb that you live in, and then speak to your petition briefly.
My name's Joe Cannizzaro. Live in 735 Park Street, Brunswick. Born and raised in Brunswick. And we have a petition from Sydney Road down to McVean Street in regards to parking. And the problem that the residents have is that there's a 2-hour sign there on Park Street. For 2 cars, I'm paying $177. Come weekend where Carlton's playing or somebody's playing, it is chockers with cars and there's nowhere where we can park. And the other problem is that we're on the border of City of Melbourne and Merri-bek, so we can't park across the road. So what residents are basically saying is, why are we paying for something that we can't use? And what they would like is for it to be a red zone, basically just for residents. And in the middle of Park Street, there's a 4-hour where people can park there for 4 hours. But what we're saying is, if you're taking money from us and we can't use, our parking facilities, we can't park across the road because we'll get booked because it's under the City of Melbourne. But if Merri-bek and City of Melbourne can come up with an agreement, that'd be great. But I think what we're asking for is we would like it to be a red zone.
Okay, great. Did any councillors want to briefly respond to that? We don't usually do that, so that's okay.
How many petitioners are there?
I think roughly about 32, 34 from between Sydney Road and McVean Street. I could have gotten more, but that was my Sunday outing and my wife didn't like that, so...
No worries.
But I did what I can, yeah.
Yeah. We'll now move to vote to accept the petition, and assuming that Councillor Riley... assuming that passes, we'll then formally respond to you and the petitioners. So do I have a motion to accept the petition? Councillor Riley to move, Councillor Tapanos to second. All those in favour of accepting the petition?
Wow. Thank you.
I can declare that carried unanimously.
Thank you.
So thank you for coming along.
Thanks, mate.
And
do you want the copy?
Yeah, if you'd like to bring it up.
To you or?
We can, bring it up here and we can pass it on to staff. Thank you. And council will respond to you and the petitioners formally. Thank you. Now, I believe we have another petition potentially on Hoskin Reserve. So if someone would like to come up and... okay, we've got a number of residents. Just want to introduce yourself, your suburb, and speak briefly to the petition.
I'm Margaret Mary Cashin. I live in Coburg North. I'm a user of Hoskin Reserve. So good evening. I submit this petition on behalf of the residents who have signed over the last 48 hours, all who live in close proximity to Hoskin Reserve, Coburg North. This petition illustrates the extreme distress, disappointment and deception the community living local to Hoskin Reserve feel as a result of how the Hoskin Reserve Master Plan has been derived, funded and delivered. This petition outlines why the role ultimately accountable to deliver safety, security, equitable functionality and amenity outcomes promised must be looked at for its failures. Finally, this petition of no confidence in the CEO asks for the Council to consider all items listed, 1 to 7, before making a determination on the performance of the CEO and their capacity to manage and direct council resources for the betterment of our community and in the interest of ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret, Mary, and Rachel and Peter. So yes, you can pass the petition. Given it relates to a staffing matter, is there, just be long. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Thanks, Councillor Bolton. So yeah, thank you. I just say thank you to Rachel and to the residents for meeting on site with myself and staff, some council officers last night. Hoskin isn't obviously on this agenda, but there is a couple of questions. We had a number of questions submitted, and we'll answer. We'll address one of those questions later on this evening. So we just wanted to let you know that as well. But yes, so do I have a motion to accept the? Yeah. So Councillor Bolton to accept the petition. Councillor Panopoulos to second. All those in favour? Okay. All those against? Are there any abstentions? We've got 4 abstentions. Okay. We might just do that vote again. So all those in favour? So we've got Councillor Bolton, Councillor Riley, Councillor Fulford, Councillor Panopoulos and Councillor Conlon. All those against? Sorry, and all those abstaining, Councillor Uders, Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Davidson and Councillor Pavlidis. I declare that carried. Thanks, residents. Yeah.
Thank you, Adam. Could I just request that the answers for the questions raised for tonight, that we get them in a timely manner, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Margaret Mary. Moving on to, I believe we don't have any further petitions this evening. So we'll move on to questions of council and community statements. We've received a large number of people registering to speak tonight, about 40, and unfortunately we don't have time for everybody. So I appreciate people's interest in what's happening in our community and their engagement with council, but unfortunately we couldn't permit everybody because we also have to get through the other items on the agenda. The time provided for questions and statements is 30 minutes, and this time can only be extended by another 30 minutes by resolution of council. If we do not have time to answer your question, it will be taken on notice and responded to in writing. Priority will be given to questions and statements that relate to matters listed in the agenda. If time allows, questions about items other than those listed on the agenda will be considered. A maximum of 2 questions or statements in any combination is allowed per person, and questions or statements that relate to a matter listed in the agenda will be dealt with first. If you've registered to ask a question, when I invite you, you or your representative must state your name and suburb and then ask your question with preamble or background for up to 3 minutes. If you're registered to make a statement, when I invite you, you or your representative must state your name and suburb and make your statement without taking longer than 3 minutes. If you have submitted a second question or indicated you have a second statement, it may, at my discretion, be deferred until all other persons have submitted questions, have their first question answered, or asked, sorry, or not be asked if time does not permit. And I suspect tonight, given the large number of questions and statements we have, we might not be able to get to them. Maximum of 3 questions will be heard on any one subject, and we'll proceed to the next topic. If time allows, we'll return to the previous topic. I'll either answer the question on behalf of council or invite another councillor to answer. Alternatively, I'll ask the CEO to provide a response or refer it to another council officer. There will be no response or discussion in relation to community statements. As detailed in the governance rules, questions or statements may be disallowed if they are defamatory, indecent, abusive, offensive, irrelevant, trivial, or objectionable in language or substance. If a response to your question is provided at tonight's meeting, there will be no further formal response. However, council will action any commitments made in answering the question. So, commencement, we're beginning this at 21 past 7 p.m. First up we have people speaking to item 7.1, proposed Merri-bek budget. First up online, we have Andy Fergus to make a statement. Welcome, Andy. I think the audio is just connecting. When it does, you have up to 3 minutes. We have people speaking to item 7.1, proposed Merri-bek budget. Andy, you might need to mute the live stream because we can hear the echo.
Much better. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Andy Fergus of Merri-bek, Brunswick, and I'm speaking to agenda item 7.1, slightly differently to the original question. I'm one of 6 community members of Better Breeze Block, a community organisation who exists to advocate for improvements to the public environment in our dense little neighbourhood. We formed in late 2022 in response to the exceptionally poor quality and unsafe street environment in our immediate surrounds. In the lead up to this draft budget, we've worked closely with a number of councillors and officers to promote practical and cost-effective solutions to improve our neighbourhood. We're speaking with some disappointment tonight at the lack of commitment to concrete action in this year's upcoming budget. We request an opportunity to work closely with councillors and officers in the coming months to identify low-cost, short-term opportunities to address the challenges in our street. The elevated rail project is often cited as a reason to pause any expenditure in our street. It may never proceed, and if it does, it's currently moved to 2030 finish date will mean that little Josh and Adeline in my building, aged 2 and 3, will be 8 and 9 years old before they see any material improvement in our environment. It's 2 terms of council away. This is a significant time delay and one as a community we're not willing to accept. While we appreciate the many competing interests for council, of course, we feel the acute and unique needs of our high density community are not fully appreciated. We are the most densely populated area in Merri-bek, with approximately 1,850 residents in our block, and a further 1,900 actually approved or under construction in permits to the immediate south of us. Apartment dwellers necessarily live in and depend on the public realm, far more than those with larger homes and backyards in the suburbs. Local research from the City of Melbourne has actually shown that apartment dwellers disproportionately use public space for their recreational needs. Makes sense. We have low rates of car ownership, high rates of walking, bicycle use and mass transit. The needs of people living on top of one another are intensified, particularly if we want to make apartment living attractive to all, as we do. Since our community formed, we've transformed Duckett Street into a biodiverse pocket park with our own funds and labour. We've worked with councillors to achieve a temporary crossing to the park, as well as facilitated public workshop events, which a number of you thankfully have attended. We've brought together a little community across 17 buildings and now 500 residents who have contributed to our events and visioning. Public safety in our streets for pedestrians of all ages and sizes is a core priority for our community, along with urban greening and addressing climate risk associated with heat and flooding. We've seen both in the last 6 weeks, actually. We've secured research partnerships with the University of Melbourne using our street as a case study. We draw upon a remarkable breadth of skill and backgrounds unified by a collective desire to improve our environment. In the coming financial year, we hope to work with all levels of council, as well as the current and future councillors, to secure a roadmap that ensures critical upgrades to the safety and amenity of our environment. We'll help you apply for grants, bring to bear research and pull our immense community together. Thanks for the opportunity to submit to you tonight, councillors.
Thank you, Andy. We'll probably now boot you out of the meeting, but you please feel free to follow online at home. We now have a question on the budget from Andrea Bunting in person. Welcome, Andrea.
Thank you, councillors. My name is Andrea Bunting. I live in Brunswick and I am also representing Walk on Merri-bek. I'd like to start by paying tribute to the former councillors of Brunswick City Council who closed off my street in the late 80s and made it very safe for people walking and cycling. We have a little park at the end. I'm hoping it be extended and named after one of those councillors. I'll be proposing that in future years. However, I would like to talk about 2 items in the budget. It's a little bit different from the question I've submitted because I've since had some information from the Transport Manager. So, 2 matters. Firstly, we note that the footpath and bike path renewals budget has been cut by $200,000. Quite a lot, which is contrary to what the council undertook in 2022. They wrote to all people who submitted, and they said that this funding will now be maintained at $2 million per annum. So you've actually dropped it to 1.8. We wanted an index to inflation, but losing 10% is a lot. Second item, what I'd like to do is, I'd like to know if you would please reinstate that as per the 2022 and index it as well. I would like to also draw your attention to pedestrian crash hotspots, and I wonder if these are adequately addressed in the budget.
One is dear to my heart because it's near me, which is Lygon Street, Brunswick East. It's actually probably the worst pedestrian hotspot in the whole of Merri-bek. There have been 18 pedestrians injured in the past 5 years. Now, this is a very short strip, 2 kilometres, so that is a very high rate. So I was wondering, where in the budget are we looking at Lygon Street? I do see one project, which was the Pitt Street threshold, proposed 4 years ago, to be funded 4 years ago, put on hold because of Bunnings' proposal, which was defeated. Thank you to a great campaign and council too. But there is no money allocated for construction. I hope that will be in future budget. So given that this is our pedestrian hotspot and it's a very vibrant activity centre at night, when I don't get out much, but I do see occasionally, and the rate of people being injured is just quite horrendous. So what in the budget can you do about that matter? So that's two issues. Footpath.
Yes.
Lygon.
Thank you, Andrea, and well timed. So I might refer that to the Director of City Infrastructure, Anita Kerno, to respond.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, thank you, Andrea, for your question, your two questions. So in relation to the footpath funding for renewal, yes, your observation is correct that that amount has been reduced by 200,000 this year, and that was really in the light of quite a lot of pressure on our capital budget this year, and we needed to find ways of supporting the capital program that we were seeking to deliver. And so for this 1 year, that and also some other road resurfacing and other road-related funding was reduced by a total of over 400,000, and of that 200,000 was from the footpath and bike path renewal program. Of course, you're welcome to put in a submission to the budget process in relation to that. When it comes to the pedestrian crashes, I can respond on the matter of Lygon Street. So specifically relating to Lygon Street, we have rolled out a number of threshold treatments in recent years, and that includes the Barclay Street at Jarvis Street intersections. And as you mentioned, the Pitt and Lygon Street is identified for design and evaluation in 24-25. We really consider Lygon Street to be a very special street in Merri-bek as a local road, but performing a very significant function in terms of road users and people in the activity centre. And so we're really keen to discuss a more strategic approach to addressing pedestrian safety in that Brunswick East Activity Centre. And so we're happy to actually engage in a conversation at the Sustainable Transport Advisory Committee on that at our next meeting. We'd welcome your input to that.
Okay, it'll be an agenda item?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Next up, we have Kenna Morrison, who will be making a statement in person. Kenna, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Kenna Morrison from Brunswick. I'm also one of the leaders of the Hope Street Safety Campaign. I'd like to acknowledge and thank those who included in the draft budget an allocation for $80,000 for the Hope Street and Gillen Oval pedestrian safety upgrades. I also want to highlight the priority of this project, as it is in the part of Hope Street that probably has the highest number of children and young people crossing it. Lots of traffic across the road to get to the Oval for sports, and cars at the moment go through that at quite a speed. And I'm here to highlight that this allocation is such a high priority that it must be protected. This will be the first action implemented by Council in response to the clearly expressed concern of residents, which was acknowledged by Council unanimously supporting the speed limit reduction to 40 kilometres an hour last year. However, it seems that we are still waiting for the State Transport Department to get around to approving the speed limit. Please actively advocate for this to be lifted as a high priority for the department's action, as well as reclassifying Hope Street as a local rather than collector road. Without detracting from the importance of the work at Gillon Oval, I'd also ask that attention be given to the offset intersection with Frederick and Percy Streets, which is particularly busy, confusing for pedestrians and dangerous, with cars going in all directions, some north-south and others turning in and out of those north-south streets. Simple temporary pedestrian crossings, like the new pedestrian crossing in Breeze Street, could be achieved very economically, as no concrete work would be required with ramps onto the path at all corners. And with this temporary measure in place, planning could be undertaken to institute more substantial measures. While I'm here, I was at last month's meeting, and I can't understand how any councillor could have voted against or abstained from conducting consultations with residents about a trial for a possible future road closure. I was stunned. It'd be really great if Pearson Street could be added back into item 7.7. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenna. Okay. Next up, we're moving on to questions and a statement on item 7.4, Merri-bek Planning Scheme Amendment C23 MBEC. First up online, we'll have questions from Rebecca Bird. So we'll just get Rebecca into the online meeting room if she's not here. No, okay. Rebecca, if you're listening at home, please try and join the meeting. We'll move on to the in-person statement from Asanka Ipa. Asanka, yes. You just introduce yourself and your suburb and then...
Hi, I'm Asanka from Coburg North and I'm representing Yimby Melbourne tonight. So firstly, I'd like to thank officers for their work in putting this comprehensive amendment through. The simplification of planning regulations in Brunswick is itself pretty complicated, and this clearly had a lot of good work put into it. Now I'd like to note today's piece in the Brunswick Voice, where Yimby Melbourne stated that this runs the risk of Merri-bek becoming something of a ghost town. We know that demand for commercial space has fallen significantly in the wake of COVID, and while the requirements for improving the usability of commercial space that gets built is wonderful, we shouldn't force developments to have minimum commercial space that they might not need, where they could have housing instead. If a significant commercial space has to be provided out of the limited space available, regardless of whether it makes sense financially, that makes it more expensive to build homes. In addition, the emphasis on preserving industrial areas is a little misplaced. Employment spaces are good, and we should allow mixed use in as many places as possible. But Brunswick isn't an industrial working class suburb anymore, and the need for housing is much greater than the need for industrial employment and services in the area. The affordable housing contributions section is something that we at Yimby Melbourne very much support, and good on council for leading the way on this. We think ideally it would apply to housing developments that don't increase the number of dwellings as well as those that do, but it's a really good thing. Finally, this amendment does continue the historical land use strategy where practically all new apartments are kept boxed into former commercial and industrial areas, while all the primary residential areas in Brunswick are largely shielded from new housing of any kind, market, affordable, or social. Council wants more commercial space, but it's not allowed in residential areas either. Bring back Milk Bar. I'd go so far as to say that the only reason these commercial minimums might be needed is that commercial use is banned across most land use in Brunswick. I feel this is very much an equity issue where apartments and new housing are largely only allowed in the most polluted and noisiest areas, and ownership of the rest is limited to those who can afford to buy land. And if commercial use is fine in an area with apartments, which it is, then why not areas with lower density too? There's no reason why more housing should not be allowed in residential areas within the catchment of trains and trams in Brunswick. And if we're only going to allow apartments in commercial and formal industrial areas, it makes little sense to try and discourage a shift away from those uses to residential when there is a housing crisis. So while the simplification of planning around Brunswick is great, it's a bit of a pity not to see more emphasis on increasing housing. Thanks.
Thank you, Asanka.
Question.
Oh, sorry. For the statement maker.
Got a question for the statement maker.
Yeah, okay, go, Councillor.
So thanks, Sanka. Do you agree that we need both shops and services within our city in order to have genuinely mixed-use areas, because I think the purpose of requiring commercial uses is in order to achieve a mixed-use outcome, because at the moment what's happening is we're seeing highest and best economic use be privileged in all of these areas, which is residential. So residential being the most profitable is what's being delivered. So don't you agree that we need a mix of uses, and that if we leave it to the market, we're just going to have only 100% residential?
Mixed use is good, but I don't feel that if we don't mandate commercial use, Sydney Road is going to become all residential and zero shops. I don't think that's the thing that's going to happen. I don't think we need to mandate commercial at the end of the day, and if a developer or development wants to make it all housing, then I don't really see it as a bad thing, personally.
All right, I might. Thank you, Asanka, and thank you, Councillor Conlon. We do have Rebecca Bird joining us online, so we'll head back to Rebecca's question. Welcome, Rebecca, and if you're listening to the live stream, please mute that, and then also unmute yourself and ask your questions.
Thank you. I am not Rebecca Bird. I am Red Fennessy, but I work with Rebecca and I'm authorised to speak on her behalf and on behalf of Planning and Property Partners, who are representing our client with a property in Brunswick and indeed the area in which the proposed activity centre zone covers. I appreciate your time, councillors, and I understand there's a number of people waiting to ask questions, so I will ask my two questions and swiftly move on, and whether a response can be provided now or later, we look forward to that. I'll begin. In the well-documented and current context of a national, state and local housing crisis, why is it that council is seeking to mandate minimum commercial floor area requirements in place of residential dwellings within designated and well-serviced activity centres, where housing opportunities should be prioritised instead of underutilised commercial floor area, as acknowledged by council in their strategic basis for the amendment? I'll move on to my second question, unless anyone would like to jump in.
No, ask both, and then we'll go to response.
Thank you. And my second question is, can council direct the submitters to other examples of activity centre zones within metropolitan Melbourne which apply minimum floor area requirements for commercial uses, and advise whether the examples apply discretionary or mandatory provisions? Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Tapanos wants to respond, so just make sure your mic's on.
Thank you to both submitters. Excellent discussions and arguments, and I look forward, as do my colleagues, in your participation in the process, because I think this is part of the process that we want to hear these voices. But for me, commercial space and in our industrial space through our land use strategy is really important for the city. Merri-bek is probably one of the worst cities for people living here and working abroad. They're either going into the city or they're going into our industrial north. This city really is in desperate need of jobs, and it's in desperate need of spaces, industrial spaces and commercial spaces, to be providing jobs and to be encouraging people to set up businesses and manufacturing in our city. So it's something that is a big priority for us, as much as the housing crisis and providing more stock is, and a whole range of other objectives as well. But having more people live and work locally is also great for the environment, and it's less cars on the road because less people are commuting to and from work if they can live and work locally. Merri-bek, and I hope you would agree, is taking the housing crisis very seriously, and you would notice the level of development in our municipality is the level of development in our municipality is substantial and above the Melbourne average. And when we are doing our strategic planning, we always consider and have that as the main objective, because we all acknowledge we are in a housing crisis. But jobs are also important, and the activation is also a safety measure, because we feel
if you
that
could
we need...
wrap up, Councillor Tappanos.
Yeah, we feel that we need quite active frontages to provide passive surveillances to our public spaces, and that is a great sort of addition to the street. But all of these discussions are really important, and I hope we can continue to have them and continue to engage in this process. We need to find the right balance. Some years ago, there was a proposal for 50% mandatory commercial. I voted against that proposal. I said it's not the right balance. I think this one is fairer.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Tappanos. Thank you. Yeah, we can. The items on the agenda, we can have more discussion then. Thank you for your questions, and I think we'll. Yeah. That's it.
Thank you.
On to a statement on item 7.6, naming the park at 260 Sydney Road, Brunswick. We have Vicky Guglielmo on behalf of her mother, Angela. I believe both are coming. Yeah, great.
Thank you, everyone. My name's Vicky Guglielmo from Brunswick, a long-term resident of more than 25 years and an ex-employee of the City of Coburg, Brunswick and Moreland. I'm here tonight to make a statement with my mum, Angela. She's here with my dad, Domenico, and my sister, Nicole. We are the first relatives of Michelle Guglielmo. Absent tonight is Michelle's only son, Alessio, unfortunately. He's a young person in employment and couldn't get the night off work, but if he could, he would be here tonight as well. We're overwhelmed with emotion and grateful for this, to see this report listed tonight at item 7.6, and thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to have this statement. I'll leave this with my mum.
My name is Angela Guglielmo, the mother of Michelle Guglielmo. I support Michelle Guglielmo as the name for the park, as I am so proud of my daughter and of her achievements in such a short life. I am an immigrant woman, 80 years old, and I am so thankful to see that my daughter's name is being honoured, and also my Italian heritage. I immigrated from Italy in 1948 and have many long-standing connections in Brunswick, Glenroy and Coburg. As a working-class immigrant, I have worked in local industries and hospitality in Brunswick, Glenroy, and from the 60s through to 2000s. I have made many friends, supported my family to flourish in Melbourne. Italians have a long, proud history in Brunswick across Melbourne's north. My family has lived in Merri-bek since the late 1990s. Italian migrants have created many vibrant places where cultural celebrations were a weekly occurrence for us. Vizzini Social in Coburg, Abruzzo Club in East Brunswick, and Calabria Club in West Brunswick. Decades of celebrations for us, seeking connections to each other and also to practice our diverse cultural traditions. For myself, to see names that reflect our identity is affirming and meaningful gesture. I recognition not only for Michelle, but also for the shared immigration story of resilience and compassion of country and connections. In closing, our family is so grateful to Council and Merri-bek community in this moment. We feel so proud of the legacy of Michelle and an incredible contribution of all women, migrants and creativities. I am sure we will enjoy our new park across the road from the wonderful Cunahan Gallery in Brunswick. We will sit and chat with friends and be humbled by this significant and symbolic gesture. Thank you.
Thank you. Grazie mille a tutti. That's probably the extent of my Italian, unfortunately. But
so much.
It's really special to have you here as family representatives as well. Thank you for being here. On to 7.7, trial road closure, Barry Street, Coburg. First up, we have Ross Bicknell, who is online to make a statement. So we'll just see if we've got Ross online. Great. He's just entering the room. So Ross, if you're listening to the live stream, just make sure that's muted, and then as your audio connects. Yeah, Barry Street. First up, we have... Great. Oh, yeah, so I think Ross is just waiting for that to finish. So we'll just see if we've got Ross online.
Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, we can, Ross, but you're going to have to mute your live stream so we can understand.
Oh, gotcha. That makes sense.
So,
yep, that would be better.
Welcome,
yeah, my
Ross.
name's Ross. Ross Bicknell. I'm a local resident. I just want to make a statement in support of the proposed trial road closure on Barrow Street. I've been a resident on Barrow Street for I think 6 years now, and I think the safety of young families in particular using Barrow Street to get to some of the childcare centres, the Merri-bek Primary School in particular is one that my family uses down the Moreland Road end of Barrow Street, but also Gilmore Park. A lot of families use. I think the safety of pedestrians and young kids in particular has been an issue on Barrow Street for a long time. I've seen some pretty nasty accidents on Barrow Street with cars cross the other side of the road through fences because they use the roundabouts, which are quite flat, to just go straight over the top of them and try and get around the lights at the corner of Nicholson and Moreland Road in particular. But yeah, it's pretty scary sometimes trying to even just cross the road. So I really support the idea that council's trying to make things safer. And I looked at the agenda and I can see even the end down at Moreland Road, which is the end I'm at, has the highest traffic volumes and highest speeds. So I'm hopeful, and that's the end I've seen all the terrible accidents. So I'm hopeful that if this goes well, that maybe that end will be looked at too. That's really all I want to say, that I'm thankful that it's still being looked at.
Thank you, Ross. Great. Well, thanks for that statement. I'm conscious we're going to need to extend question time by half an hour short. Yeah, maybe we'll just vote on that now. Yeah. So, so Councillor Panopoulos to move to extend question time by 30 minutes. Councillor Bolton to second. All those in favour? Yeah, I can declare that carried unanimously. We may not be able to get through every question. It just depends on how, depends on how long the statements and questions are. So I just wanted to flag that now. If people can be brief, it would help us get through more, but you have 3 minutes you're entitled to. So on to Kate Hall, who is making a statement on the Barrow Street trial road closure in person.
Hello, Mayor, councillors and executive. I'm Kate Hall from Coburg North, and I'm making a statement on behalf of Coburg High's Walking and Riding Committee for the councillors regarding Barrow Street. I'll note our school council presidents here as well, Natalie Abud. For 4 years now, Coburg High has done a travel to school census, which consistently shows an ever-increasing sustainable transport rate. This year, there are 78% of students who walk, ride or catch public transport to school, and they come roughly equally from all directions. This percentage equates to well over 1,000 students walking or riding on the surrounding dangerous roads every morning and afternoon. As our principal Brent Horton said in the media this week, we support anything that will make that journey safer. So we're very pleased to see in the new Merri-bek transport strategy the inclusion of advocacy, and I quote, to the state government to improve safety along Murray Road and around the Pentridge and Coburg High areas for pedestrians and cyclists, particularly children travelling to school. Thank you also to the transport team for looking at safety changes on surrounding council-controlled roads, including Pentridge Boulevard, Stockade Ave, and the continuation of the strategic corridor along Urquhart Street. Barrow Street is another route needing improved safety. Barrow Street is a key direct north-south route to Coburg High for the neighbourhoods south of Bell and between Sydney and Nicholson. It also connects north to the separated bike lanes on Pentridge Boulevard and then on to O'Hay. As our principal stated to the Herald Sun, our Merri-bek Primary School is one of our biggest feeder schools. This indicates students from the south section of Bell would benefit from the trial of the modal filter on Barrow Street. This Barrow Street trial is a natural flow-on from a recent successful Open Streets collaboration where Merri-bek Council worked with Merri-bek Primary School and Coburg High on a transition ride-to-school program via Barrow for students moving from primary to high school. This was in keeping with shared values to give young people opportunities to travel independently in Merri-bek in ways that are healthy and zero carbon. Barrow Street is supposed to act as a safe, quiet residential street route, a shimmy, for those bike commuters wanting to go north-south as opposed to west to Upfield or east to Merri Creek Trail. These commuters include teenagers attending Coburg High. There are some councillors in particular who support on-street shimmies over separated bike lanes. This is the moment to act on that support. Consistent with Council's advocacy to state government to improve safety around Coburg High for children travelling to school, please support this chance for local government to do the same. Support the opportunity for our young people to be safer as they travel in our municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Next up, we have Ashok Matthew, who's making a statement online. Yeah. So Ashok, if you're listening to the live stream at home, if you could just mute that before you open your mic. Great. Ashok, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great. Go ahead. Please make your statement.
Sure. My name is Ashok Matthew. I live in Coburg. Now I'm speaking on behalf of Merri-bek bicycle user group, The Bug. I commute to work by bike for several years now, and I use Barrow Street as part of the East Brunswick Shimmy to travel south from Coburg to work. In June 2021, I was riding on Barrow Street and was hit by a car at an intersection on my way to work. I was very luckily unscathed, but only a few days before that incident, I came across another person, Verity, who was hit by a car on Barrow Street and who had to be treated for many weeks and was seriously injured. It was because I was hit by a car on Barrow Street that I joined Merri-bek Bug. A few months after my accident, speed breakers were installed on some of the cross streets on the roundabouts, and I'm grateful for those now. Those measures now give me the confidence to keep using that shimmy. Barrow Street is a substantial part of the East Brunswick Shimmy and an important route for residents travelling by bike on the eastern side of Brunswick who want to move in a north-south direction. The Merri Creek path is circuitous, indirect, and veers eastward, while Nicholson Street is a hostile and dangerous place for vulnerable road users. Motor vehicle traffic dominates Nicholson Street to such an extent that even the footpaths are regularly the site of crashes as cars lose control and career into fences with depressing regularity. For residents wanting to travel north and southwards and connect to other routes in Merri-bek or Pentridge Boulevard, Canning Street, and Capital City Trail, Barrow Street is the only option we have. Merri-bek Bug regularly hears from residents who have had close calls and worse, crashes like my own on Barrow Street. It comes as no surprise to anyone who uses the shimmy to hear that traffic volumes are higher. More recently, the vehicles that are rat running on this route are noticeably bigger and heavier, changing the comfort level of Barrow Street for people on bikes. This is untenable on a route which connects so many school students from both primary and secondary schools, as well as their parents and friends. While the proposed trial would deter non-local motor vehicle traffic, it will open the street to people moving around by other means. At last month's council meeting, some councillors expressed concerns about potential unintended consequences of a trial, but we are already dealing with unintended consequences. The use of Barrow Street as a rat run is that unintended consequence that was not planned. No one was consulted on whether they want more traffic on their local street, and residents who ride were not asked if they want more traffic on the shimmy. Instead, services like Google Maps and Waze send drivers down residential streets with no regard for councils designated bike routes or how school students move around, nor for the impact it has on residents on the street and their access to transport. The proposed trial will allow the benefits of limiting through traffic to be explored, while measuring any negative impacts and unintended consequences, all while allowing residents to have their say on how they are impacted. We urge councillors to support the officer's recommendation and allow the proposed trial to proceed.
Ashok,
Recently,
I'm
I
really
came
sorry,
face-to-face.
Ashok, but you're over your 3 minutes, and given the tightness of our agenda, I'm just going to end your statement there. But appreciate you coming, and I'm really sorry to cut you off, but we're going to have to move to the next item. Thank you, Ashok.
Sure. Thank you.
On to the next 7.1 for the third quarter financial report. We have John Engler in person to ask a question.
Mayor and councillors, John Englert from Fawkner, and I also represent Climate Action Merri-bek. For the third quarter financial report, it mentions Clifton Park synthetic soccer resurfacing $740,000, and that specifications are currently being developed and construction is anticipated this September. Now, I know there's chemicals in the infill and in the turf fibres, and there's a lot of loss both of the infills and turf fibres each year. My question is, what are the updated measures being taken in the design of the resurfacing to reduce microplastics pollution to local stormwater and waterways from the resurfacing of Clifton Park? And how will the old surface be disposed of consistent with circular economy principles, given the chemical cocktail it contains, which may include PFAS forever chemicals?
Thank you, John, for your questions. I'll refer them on to the Director of City Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, John, for your question. So guidance has been sought from an industry specialist into the social, economic and environmental considerations into the removal and replacement of the synthetic surface, both the surface and the infill at Clifton Park. And this has included recommendations on improving the environmental controls surrounding the synthetic playing surface. This information is being used in the development of the specification for the design and construction of the project. Council will incentivise environmental performance for the playing surface and infill and the environmental controls surrounding the playing surface through the procurement process.
And what about disposal of the old surface?
That's part of the procurement process, will include disposal.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Anita. We'll move on to...
That's a brief question, Mayor. Just for the Director.
Okay, but it means that we might not get to the community questions on Hoskin Reserve if you do. This reality, sorry.
5 seconds. I just want to know if we're aware if there's any recycling facilities in Australia that do recycle synthetic turf.
I'm sorry, Councillor, I have to take that one on notice.
Yeah, we'll get back to that, Councillor Connon. Thank you, John. So, sorry, Christian Astorian is here to make a statement in person.
Thank you. Yeah, that's okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Christian Astorian, and as you may know, I have been campaigning for quite a few years now for the accessible transport along the Sydney Road corridor. Thanks to the Victorian government proposal to build the sky rail on the Anfield train line, accessibility of transport has become even more of a priority to fulfill. I would like to thank all of you for the support that the Council has provided to our campaign last year. that has, let me move the company. On the campaign that has enabled us to really get the community on board and raise awareness on the important issue, thanks to the printing, letterboxing, and circulation of nearly 30,000 flyers, leaflets, and posters. After 1 year of this campaign, we still have a long way to go to keep the pressure on the state government to make Sydney Road accessible transport a priority with clear timeline and implementation. The campaign has been very successful so far, to the point where we got nearly 2,000 signatures for our petition in half a day during the Sydney Road Fiesta last month. We need your support again to pass the motion for council to print a poster, flyer, and leaflet for 5K to be used to promote our 30th anniversary rally that will happen on the 22nd of June, where the whole community can get involved and support us again, because accessible transport are for everyone. If government were really fulfilling their basic human rights obligation in terms of mobility and transport for everyone, I wouldn't need to be here tonight. Thanks again for your time and support.
Thanks, Christian.
Thank you.
Next up, on the same topic, we have Alicia Lilly. Thanks, Christian. Who's here in person as well? Yeah, welcome. And Alicia's making a statement.
Thank you, Mayor Fulford and councillors and Merri-bek staff. I am Alicia Liley of Merlinston. As you may recall, I have a profound injury causing me to be legally over 50% disabled. Thank you all for your consideration of my several disabilities, such as my slowness of speech. It is actually disability for which I'm speaking about tonight. I speak on behalf of a successful campaign stimulated from Christian Historian 12 months ago. The Sydney Road Accessibility Tram Stops, STATS, campaign's aim is to insist that the state government implement the federal disability standards of having 100% accessibility for all public transport to be nationwide, demanding that all public transport, such as trams and tram stops, must be accessible. It is essential that the local council of Merri-bek takes part of this local action, every one of you. I thank the council for funding SATS the 20,000 leaflets last year that has raised awareness of this discrimination of preventing people in wheelchairs or any mobility devices, as well as prams, shopping trolleys, some elderly citizens from using public transport when the state government installed SkyRail on the Upfield line. Not too many buses actually take wheelchairs, thus provoking the Sydney Road Accessible Tram Stops campaign. Thank you again, Christian, for bringing attention of a basic human rights issue to us all. Council, your 2023 help contributed to community buildings growth in Merri-bek, thank you, and thus it is worthy of the Council's future support. Also, your support was clearly effective in gaining a hearing with the state government, as evidenced by the engagement of the Department of Transport with the Council. SAT's request of merely $5,000 support will enable us to continue and strengthen our successful campaign, including letterboxing and further public awareness raising via official council channels, so that we require maximum support, please. I want to finish by quoting from Merri-bek's 2021 to 2031 community vision, and I trust that councillors will vote in favour of Councillor Sue Bolton's motion in the spirit of this council's own vision. An empowered and collaborative Merri-bek. So I repeat that, an empowered and collaborative Merri-bek. In 2031, Merri-bek is a place that engages meaningfully and has a real commitment to collaboration. The community is aware of all council activities and trust in decisions and processes. The community will know where the unmet needs of our neighbours are and will be actively engaged in working towards a brighter future for all. Thank you.
Thanks, Alicia. Thanks.
Thanks.
Next up, we have on item 8.3, a question in person from Nat Aboud. No, there's more.
Hi everybody, thanks for having me. My question is regarding Councillor Panopoulos' notice of motion 8.3. I'll get straight to it now. Will Council consider adding a point to Councillor Panopoulos' motion regarding the 40 kph zones that commits to requesting the Department of Transport to install 40 km per hour speed limits during school times on Bell Street from Elizabeth Street to the existing 40 kph zone at Council? And the rationale. You've already heard from Kate, my predecessor, on school council about the thousands of young people who make their way to the school every day. And as outlined in the background of the notice of motion, parents, teachers and our school principal have asked for the introduction of expanded school zones. Most of you, including Councillor Panopoulos, have joined the community at various events held on the Bell Street Bridge regarding its safety, so it seems remiss not to include the bridge in this important notice of motion. The bridge has also been identified as one of the most dangerous places to cross a bridge. So on behalf of the school and the broader community, and as the School Council President of Coburg High, I ask you to please strengthen the notice of motion. You can probably call that a statement and I'll just move away.
Thank you, Nat. I think Councillor Panopoulos would like to respond briefly.
Sorry.
Just briefly, thanks, Nat, for putting this on the radar, and I'll include that as an amendment for tonight, and hopefully councillors will support that.
Thank you, well done.
Thanks, Nat. So on to 8.5, we have a statement in person from John Engler. 8.4, sorry. No to waste to energy incinerator in the northern suburbs.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. The Mayor has asked me to be very brief to allow further questions. So I'd just like to say this is about the waste to energy incinerator being proposed in Wallet by Cleanaway. I remind councillors that Whittlesea has no council at present. They are under administration. So those residents can't go and ask their councillors to speak for them. That's my first point. My second point is that under the Basel Convention, it is explicit that environmental assessments should be undertaken for all hazardous waste incineration projects. The Planning Minister denied that environmental assessment statement last October. I'd also like to point out that even with modern air pollution filters, it still produces a lot of toxic gases, and particulate matter, including dioxins, PFAS, furans, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. I could go on, there's a long list. I note that in a systematic literature review in 2020 by the Australian Public Health Association said, based on a precautionary principle, there is insufficient evidence to conclude that any incinerator is safe. Last year, 12 million residents of the Paris Ile-de-France region were advised not to eat backyard eggs and produce due to PFAS and dioxin contamination related to waste incinerators. And I remind you that the nanoparticles will travel down to Merri-bek and risks contamination of our community gardens and backyard veggie plots. Council should avoid any contract to supply a waste stream for this plant if it is approved. And I'd just like to finish on what the UN Special Rapporteur on Toxics and Human Rights said last September when he visited Australia. Waste incineration is the end of the line for fossil fuels. It reflects a linear process that is incompatible with the circular economy. Incineration imposes heavy health and other costs on local communities, and it is a significant source of greenhouse gases. It has been reported that even the most modern incinerators produce dioxins, furans, and toxic ash. Mayor and councillors, I urge you to support Councillor Bolton's motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So we have a bit of time left to go to the non-agenda items. First up, we had a question submitted by Kelly Skapitis, who's not able to attend, but Rachel Matten is here and will ask the question on Kelly's behalf.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. Yes, one of the mums couldn't make it, so I promised I'd get the question answered. It's a little bit inferior to the big issues that have been raised tonight. Pesky admin, really. On reviewing last month's council meeting minutes, Kelly noticed 2 questions that she submitted on March 13th, taken on notice prior to the meeting, are missing from the document. Given questions are integral context for the answers that council provide, we're just wondering if you could please confirm why the council has introduced a practice of omitting or detaching questions from meeting minutes and from what date this practice has been occurring. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. And I'll just refer that to Sue Vucevic, the Director of Business Transformation.
Through the Mayor, and thank you for your question, Rachel. So the recent update to the format of the council minutes do adhere to the governance rules, and we do want to ensure that they remain concise and accurate. So the revised format does list those questions and statements relating to agenda items, followed by questions, statements related to non-agenda items, as well as identifying where questions or statements are taken on notice. So regarding your question about the questions on notice and meeting minutes, what we do is align to the governance rules, which state that those questions taken on notice are to be referred and actioned by the relevant director, with a response provided separately. So what we do, and the governance rules don't require questions taken on notice to be published in the minutes themselves. However, a report of the status of those items is provided at the next practical council meeting, as per the rules in the governance rules, and council has the practice of presenting a copy of the question taken on notice and the full response to the next practical council meeting via the cyclical governance report, the monthly governance report that we have. Thank you.
So it will come out in a future council agenda in the governance
together.
report. It'll be the question and the responses.
And then the response.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not in the minutes, it's in the governance report.
In the governance report.
At a future meeting, usually the next one at the most practical, maybe one after, depending on if the answers haven't been sorted in time. But usually it's the next council meeting and the governance report item. The questions and the answers will all be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not irregular. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Rachel. Yeah. And so we were going to hear from Warren Hocking in relation to questions about Hoskin Reserve and also asbestos, which we know is of significant public interest. I've been advised that Warren can no longer attend, but I do want to have these questions addressed. We are providing regular updates around the situation of asbestos in our community, but I'd also like to invite the Director of City Infrastructure to provide information in response to Warren's questions. We'll also provide a written response to Warren as well. So there's two parts of Warren's questions. I guess we'll read those out shortly. And I did want to also note that there will be an item relating to Hoskin Reserve on next month's council meeting agenda, which means we'll have time for more questions and statements on that at the next council meeting. But just over to the Director of City Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mayor. So Mr Hocking's questions were two questions, one in relation to the scope of the Hoskin Reserve project and raising some concerns with the way the master plan is being implemented, and also a question relating to the budget of the project and the contingency relating to contamination at the site. So I'll address both of these. Firstly, in relation to the master plan, Council has committed to implement the adopted master plan and its intended outcomes for the community and sporting clubs. When it was approved, it was indicative. So it was subject to feasibility, traffic studies, stakeholder engagement and detailed design. Now that there's been a fair bit of interest in the project and how the master plan is being implemented, as the Mayor said, officers will be bringing a report to the May Council with a full update on the project. We're also organising a drop-in session for the public to obtain updates, engage with officers and talk about matters of concern. The details of that drop-in will be promoted on the Conversations Merri-bek Hoskin Reserve project page. Mr Hocking had some concerns about changes to the footpaths that were introduced, and they were introduced as a measure to save costs, given that there's some significant cost pressures on the project. Officers have again looked at the layout of the footpaths, and it is possible for us to modify the design so that the path doesn't cut across driveways and car parks. So we will do some work on putting that proposal together. Modifications made to the car park near the active recreation zone were made to increase the amount of on-site parking because there had been concern in the traffic study expressed about on-street parking. And so we wanted to maximise on-site parking. But given that there's been a concern raised about access across that car park by people going between the community space and the active recreation zone, we are looking again at whether we can find a way of having a continuous path and not have the car park go quite so far. And we'll need to get arrangements for our maintenance vehicles and emergency vehicle access, but we can look through those options. We also had comment from Mr Hocking about mounds that have been fashioned on either side of the north pitch. And these were introduced also as a way to reduce costs. And we have introduced those mounds after excavating the north pitch, saved $250,000 by not having to remove the soil. And that soil is clean fill that was removed from the north pitch and has been put into the mounds. When it comes to the budget and contamination, I'll move on to the second question. So the costing that Council did back for the 2021 Council budget for the implementation of the master plan included funds to accommodate a level of contamination should it occur. And we knew that there was a history that meant that there might be some on site, even though our testing didn't show a large presence of contamination. We have had additional costs because of contamination that has been detected, and that has had some pressure on the project costs, as well as the other pressures that have been all around us because of escalation in capital costs. But it's important to note that we did not have contamination in the north pitch. Our contractor first became aware of contamination when excavating in the south pitch. And there was a substantial layer of clean fill, and then some asbestos was discovered. The contractor is very experienced in dealing with asbestos, and works were halted immediately. WorkSafe was advised as required and arrangements made for the fill that had been excavated to be removed and disposed of according to regulation. and the safety of community and workers on the site were key considerations in ensuring that all necessary steps were taken. More recently, asbestos and category D contamination, which is the lowest category of contamination, were uncovered when trenching was done to install a new barbecue as part of the landscaping works. And this was closer to the playground that was at the time still open. And so we closed the playground as a necessary step whilst removal and remediation was underway. The asbestos at Hoskin Reserve is believed to be from illegal dumping in the past. It has been buried, and by being removed very quickly after being identified, has remained in a non-friable state. On Monday, the 8th of April, WorkSafe attended Hoskin Reserve to inspect the approach to management of the site and remediation works. WorkSafe subsequently issued Council with a WorkSafe inspection report, and I have the number here, that detailed all of the observations of the inspector. The inspection report concludes with a statement. After observing the asbestos removal work this morning at Hoskins Reserve at 39 Shorts Road in Coburg North, I am of the belief that the work is being conducted as per the general requirements of Part 4.4 of the Occupational Health and Safety Regulations 2017. Council is confident that asbestos at Hoskin Reserve is being managed in accordance with WorkSafe and EPA requirements. All of the details of management of the asbestos site have been submitted to the EPA for review today, and Mr Hocking has asked whether the soil testing reports could be made publicly available. Officers will prepare a report for the May Council, and that report will include transparency with respect to the various requests that the community has made on the management of asbestos and details relating to implementation of the master plan.
Thank you, Anita. And as mentioned, this will be coming to us at the May Council meeting, so we can have further discussion at that meeting. We've now gone past the time allocated for public question time and community statements. So thank you everybody for participating. And I'm sorry I did put people under pressure, but really appreciate everyone in the community spirit helping us get through the questions we said we'd try to. We're moving on now to council reports. Now, given we have a number of reports with people specifically here to hear from them, are any councillors proposing to bring some forward?
Yeah, I'm happy to move that we bring forward 7.6, which is about the park naming, and also Councillor Bolton's motion at 8.1 around accessible tram stops.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
Can I move an amendment to Angelica's proposal as well, to add Barrow Street there as well, because I think there's a few people for that as well.
All right, yeah, that's so. I'll move to bring up 7.6. Which one was Barrow Street again?
I think 7.7.
7.7 and then 8.1.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Tapanos, all those in favour? Great. I can see that that's a majority. I'll declare that carried. Or, sorry, is anyone against? No. Yeah, I would declare that carried. So on to item 7.6. Do I have a mover for that item? Councillor Riley, seconded by Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, people will be aware that we've gone out and asked the community what names we wanted to consider for this park.
Mark, can you get the microphone closer, sorry? Just so people can hear.
We've gone out to the community and asked people what options they would like, and there was a lot of participation. And given that many of the names of streets and other council property and so on has often been named after people, it's really exciting tonight that we've got a motion before us where we're looking to name our new park at 260 Sydney Road after Michelle Guglielmo and as the Michelle Guglielmo Park. So it's really great to have the family present and to acknowledge her input and involvement in the establishment and setup of Coonahan Gallery, which is one of our prized assets and artist and creative outlets for Merri-bek and particularly people in Brunswick and visitors to Brunswick. So it's a really great pleasure to be able to move this motion tonight. And once we do that, we'll authorise our director to do all the things necessary to get the name through Geographic Names Victoria and so on. So it's a really great privilege and honour to be able to acknowledge Michelle Guglielmo this evening and and her contributions to our city, and to many, many women like her mother and her sister and other family members who are here tonight who've done that in other ways. So I'm really just wanting to acknowledge the work of women in our city, and a lot of it's gone very much under-recognised and very undervalued over the years. And this is a small way in which council can start to address some of those issues. So it's real privilege to be able to move this tonight. Thanks, Councillor Tapanos, seconder.
Thanks, Councillor Riley and Councillor Tapanos.
I will be brief because the mover, Councillor Riley, spoke wonderfully, but I just wanted to also acknowledge the presence of the family here today and thank you for your wonderful speech today. But also to acknowledge almost a couple hundred people who participated in this process and overwhelmingly supported the name that we're endorsing tonight. And it's great to see the participation in the community, and it's great to be able to name this new park after Michelle Guglielmo. And it's honouring Michelle, but it's honouring, as we heard, women in our city that have been overlooked for a century as far as place namings are concerned, and is a priority of our council, and likewise migrants. An Italian name, a migrant with an Italian background, also overlooked for over a century in our name places. So, it's with great pleasure because we are honouring people that we should be honouring, people that have been overlooked, migrants, women, the Italian community that's contributed so much to Merri-bek over the migration of the Italian community is as old as any here, over 100 years. So it's fantastic to see these names finally in our places. So I'm really excited, and I'll be even more excited when we see the park opened. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tapanos. Do any other councillors wish to speak to this item? Sorry, Councillor Bolton.
I'd just like to say the contribution of migrant communities, and especially migrant women, has been not fully recorded historically, because I believe that community childcare was initiated by migrant women factory workers in Brunswick. That's where community childcare that we know of today, most people have no idea of that origin, where women didn't have anyone to care for their children, and that was the origin of community childcare. So there's a lot of unwritten history about the role of migrants in shaping our cities. It was, especially working class migrants. I think that was really, really important. And I'd like to mention that all the way back during the Eureka Stockade, there were Italians who were part of the Eureka Stockade.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Any other councillor wishes to speak to this? I think a lot of councillors probably echo a lot of what's been said. So we'll move to a vote. All those in favour? And I can see that is unanimous, so I'll declare that that's carried unanimously. So that's very exciting. And thank you for being here. We'll move on to 7.7, which is the trial road closure on Barrow Street. Do we have, sorry, Councillor Bolton, would like to move? Yeah. Oh, sorry, and yes, Councillor Conlon to second. Sorry, I saw Councillor Bolton first. Just to note, we need some names in the submissions. So, yeah, I think, is the Mayor, I think Councillor Conlon was keen.
Yeah, I can.
You're keen?
Me, I'm keen.
Yeah, Councillor Bolton was keen. And was any other councillor keen to be on that submissions hearing if this is to pass? Councillor Pavlidis? Yeah, okay. So we'll add those names into that. And sorry, Councillor Bolton to move that with those names. Councillor Conlon to second.
Yes, so I'd like to move that council begins the process about a road closure in Barrow Street. It's really the beginning of a process, so it is going out to consultation about initiating a trial to close Barrow Street, and then at the end of the trial there'll be further consultation and a further vote by council. and there will be also another vote by council at the end of the first consultation about whether to go ahead with the trial. But some people will know that I abstained on this report at the last council meeting, but I've had a lot of discussions with people since that meeting, which I feel have given me a lot more information than I gained from the council officer's report. I mean, you know, the council officer's report was quite a good report, but what I've gained is more from people's direct experience of using Barrow Street, in particular being cyclists on Barrow Street, and pedestrians, people cycling with small children. And I feel that, you know, we had a big discussion at my community meeting that I hold them every so often in Coburg, with someone who came along who was, you know, very familiar with cycling on Barrow Street and some of the issues. So I feel that I've got a broader feel for how this street fits in terms of the cycling corridor, the various routes, cycling routes that people take, the various routes that people take as pedestrians with children, etc., in particular the Coburg High route. So I feel quite happy to support council moving down the path towards a trial, or starting with a consultation and then a decision about a trial closure of Barrow Street, because I think we do need to have, you know, good discussion as part of these consultation processes. I don't think anyone benefits from it becoming part of a culture war. I think we want good discussion, which is grounded in people's experiences in the street. So I feel totally comfortable about that now, whereas I was not, I didn't feel that there was sufficient context at the last council meeting, and that was why I abstained. So I asked the CEO to bring back the reports on the closures of Barrow Street and Pearson Street. Only Barrow Street is back now, but I would also support going down a similar path in Pearson Street as well.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Conlon is seconder.
Thank you. Yeah, look, happy that this has come back to council, but I'm also very frustrated that this issue of safe streets is really quite a complicated one for many councillors to get. The community is really, really frustrated and quite sick of it, really. They've been campaigning for the whole time since I've been on council to make our streets safer. Every single council meeting that I've been at in the last 3.5 years, us council received petitions, letters, requests from residents really begging us to make their local streets safer. They're all asking for the same things, or a combination of these things, which is speed bumps, stronger speed limits, protected bike lanes, closing or restricting cars on some streets. These groups all have the same outcome they're trying to achieve. It's to slow or restrict the movement of cars on their local street to make it safer. It's not a radical proposal to say that a few streets across our city should prioritise people instead of cars, when you consider that 99.9% of all the streets across our city prioritise the car. The radical extremist position is to say no, every single street in our city should prioritise the car over people. Changing a handful of streets, I'm talking about a small number of streets that we're talking about here, changing a handful of streets to prioritise people is incredibly modest proposal. Making our streets safer, like Barrow Street, allows kids, older people, people with disabilities and everyone else who doesn't drive to get to their medical appointments, to get to school, to get to the shops and their homes safely. We've heard directly from people like Christian Historian tonight, who tirelessly campaigns for safe tram stops on Sydney Road. I think people like Christian deserves to be able to get on and off the tram safely, but he also has a fundamental human right to be able to get from the tram stop to his home safely. He can't do that if he needs to navigate dangerous council roads with speeding cars and lots of traffic. Every time councils vote against safe streets, and they always have an excuse as to why it's not okay in this location, more consultation, we need another study. Every time the councils vote down these projects like Barrow Street, they're choosing to maintain traffic and high car speeds over people's safety. That's the choice they're making. I'm not pretending that these projects don't have any disruption to traffic. That is going to happen on some occasions. But I think we need to be clear about the choice that these councils are making when they choose to vote against safe streets. They're choosing to maintain existing traffic patterns that we know are killing people and injuring people in their thousands over the safety of human beings. That's what's at stake here.
Thank you, Councillor Conlon. Does any other councillor wish to speak to this item? Councillor Yildiz? Yeah, sorry, speak against the item.
I'd like to speak against. Before coming here, I actually went down to Barrow Street and knocked on some doors. Half the residents that I spoke to, the ones I spoke to, were quite perplexed as to why we would be closing a short distance of a road without, I know we're going to open up consultation, but based on the feedback I was getting this afternoon, honestly, there wasn't one homeowner that said they were happy with that closure. All this is going to do, I know we're opening up for consultation, all it's going to do is move and divert traffic from Barrow Street to Patterson, Coburg, Fowler, Darlington, and what do you think the cars on Barrow Street are going to do? They're going to go down Sheffield Street instead of using Harding Street. I think I can appreciate having safer roads, no doubt about it, I'm for that. Let's have safer crossings. Closing roads, spending $180,000 on this, potentially, and then finding that the residents are going to arc up and say this was the most ridiculous thing we could do, and then to spend another $100,000 to remove what we did to close the road is a total waste of money. When residents find out more about this, I think the overwhelming response will be that this was, yet again, a premature decision by some on this council that will always prioritise alternative modes of transport over cars. We need to face the facts. We need to work on strategies on trying to minimise the impact of vehicles rather than closing off streets, because that is a radical decision.
Thank you, Councillor Yildiz. Councillor Panopoulos, I'll go to Panopoulos first and then I'll go to Riley.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'd like to speak in favour of this item, and I suppose it shouldn't be a surprise because I voted in favour of it last month. Just to be really, really clear on this process, and I want to echo a lot of what Councillor Conlon outlined about the choices that we make as decision makers, as people that are supposed to be focusing on the strategy and how we keep the most vulnerable people in our municipality safe. Just on the process so that it is really, really clear. Firstly, we actually did hear from a resident in question time who lives on Barrow Street, and we've heard of people being hit by cars. So this isn't some made-up thing or some attempt at pitting people against people who walk against people who drive their cars. That's not actually what's happening here, because we know that slowing down and minimising traffic, car traffic, is what keeps people safe. But back to the process, this is really only the start of the consultation, and I suppose that probably explains why people haven't heard that it's happening, because we haven't agreed to start the consultation on the thing yet. So just to make it super, super clear so that councillors understand what they're voting on, first up, we've got this report to request the approval to do consultation. So then we've got consultation via a letter and a website over 28 days. We're obtaining a Department of Transport report. We have a hearing of submissions process. Then there's a second council report to request to implement the trial closure, keyword trial, install temporary closure bollards. Then we have the permanent closure approximately 12 months after the temporary one has been installed. To get that, we need another council report. So that is another decision of council, another opportunity for residents to have their say. Then there's another round of consultation via letter and website, another round of hearing of submissions, and then another round to request to implement permanent closure. So to be really clear, there are so many opportunities for residents to have their say if we just approve this kicking off the consultation, which is what we need to be able to give this a go, to be able to give it a trial. That's the whole point of a trial, to see what works, what doesn't work, do we need to change something up? And so I would urge councillors to vote in favour of this, give it a go, and then once and if this gets up, then we can figure out, hey, how should we best do this to suit the residents on the street if it isn't working out? But we can't do that if we don't give something new a go. Because right now the status quo is people are getting hit by cars, people are getting injured, people could be dying here. So if we don't change anything, nothing's going to change. So we might as well give something new a go. And that's exactly what this trial consultation does.
Thank you, Councillor Panopoulos. Do we have other councillors wishing to speak? Councillor Riley speaking.
Yeah, just briefly, thanks. So Councillor Panopoulos covered many of the things I was going to raise, but I'm a bike user, and every time I come to council meetings, I use Barrow Street to get here. It's already got a street closure. It happened in the 80s. You know, it was probably radical in the 80s. It's surprising that in the 2020s, it seems to be causing quite a bit of grief for some people. Yes, it's going to displace cars. That's the whole point of it. But I'm surprised that people have their crystal balls out and they already know how it's going to do that and what specific impacts it's going to be. That's why we're doing a trial, folks, to actually work it out and get the impacts. And, you know, as much as I can door knock my neighbourhoods all over, I'm sure I get lots of responses too, but I think trialling it is a good way to actually see where it works and where it doesn't. And I know that when we did this on John Street, just south of Fleming Park, which is a major bike route as well, that caused a lot of consternation for the street next to it, which names that's gone out of my head, but we know that the actual traffic numbers have stabilised there. They haven't grown and got bigger. So, and that's what many of the residents really thought was going to happen on that street, and really, thankfully, we've been able to see that that's kind of stabilised. It's not the huge, alternative car street now. But yes, this will do that because Barrow Street is a through road, and that's why many people are rat running. That's what the officer's report speaks to, the year-on-year rat running growth that we're trying to address here, and that's why we're wanting to do that. We were wanting to do that in other places last month, but those other places will not get that treatment, won't get a chance to try it out. But here we'll be able to, if there's sufficient support tonight, and I'm really pleased to see that some councillors have come to look at this with fresh light of day. So really pleased to see this happen, and let's see in a year's time what will happen. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Do any other councillors wish to speak to this item? Councillor Pavlidis to speak.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mayor. Now, I wasn't present at last month's council meeting. I was on approved leave of absence. So I did end up watching the council meeting online when I returned. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, and I did raise this with the CEO, and I would welcome the CEO providing the explanation as to why a report that did go to council, a decision was made, and I did hear the suggestion or the proposal for it to be voted separately. However, that was not seconded. It lapsed for lack of a seconder. Now, my concern is that decision was made. It appears to me that we don't want the decision, so we'll bring it back the following month. Now, if that's the way we're going to be running council meetings, why do we need governance rules? I do have a question based on the report, just to move on from that now. A couple of errors in here. Firstly, and thank you to Anita for sending through the email advising us to the correct distance. It is 8 metres, as is under the officer recommendation, and not 20 metres, as are on page 891 in the background. The other thing I want to point out is the data shown on this is from 2019. Now, I'm surprised we didn't do the data before this report came to council to begin with, but the interesting part to me was that the comments that it's used as a rat running and to reduce the amount of traffic. If you look at the data, the highest traffic volume is outside number 8, which is the Moreland Road end, not the Harding Street end. Harding Street's only got about 1,100. So, and the thing about the primary school, say that the children drop off and pick up and whatever, that's not their entrance. There is no entrance whatsoever on Barrow Street for the school. All their entrance is from Patterson Street. So I would appreciate when we get reports that the information is correct, so that we know that what we're making decisions on is the correct information and not stuff that's basically made up. The other question I was going to ask, when will the trial, how long will the trial go, and when will it come back to council?
So,
Sorry, it says on page 93 that officers are going to be monitoring the effects of the trial of road closure on local streets. So when does this trial start? How long does it go for, and when do we get a report?
okay, so we might go to the Director of City Infrastructure to answer that question about when it would start and when would it go to.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Pavlidis, the trial cannot commence until after Council has made a subsequent decision to implement the trial. So that would, the intention, if this is decided to go ahead with the consultation today, that we would bring a report back July or August this year, and then the trial could be implemented. Obviously, getting the infrastructure in place would be relatively straightforward because it's trial infrastructure, but it would probably take a couple of months from there. And then once it's in, we would leave it in for 12 months before doing, you know, and gathering data during that time so that we had information to then bring back to Council to make a call on whether or not to consult on making it permanent. So it would be a good solid 12-month trial from once it's been implemented.
Thank you, Anita, for responding to that. Do we have other councillors wishing to speak to this? Councillor Tapanos.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, look, I too have gone down there and observed traffic movements and also, when I say traffic movements, I really should say mobilities, pedestrians and cyclists and others, and do know it's part of the shimmy that goes down there. And I think that there is a lot of merits in at least consulting the community on this trial. That was my view last month as well, which I don't think those merits are there for Pearson Street, but I'm happy that that hasn't been revisited and we're just talking about Barrow Street here. I think if you really have a look at the complexities of the local street, you would say that any dispersion of traffic here is probably likely to go to the major arterial roads. It could go down to Coburg Street, which is the next one across, and we would need to monitor that. And I guess that if we do notice that there is that impact on the surrounding other streets, we probably won't proceed, but we won't know that unless we undertake the trial and we hear from the community. So I'm willing to support this one, as I was last month, because I do think each and every street is different, and this one is different from Pearson Street. And I will be very keen to see the views of the local community and all people who use it, and also of the school. It may work, it may not. If we see people cutting the corner and we see excessive traffic in the surrounding streets, then we won't proceed. But at this stage, I think there's a lot of merits in at least consulting the community and undertaking that additional work. And so these are hard decisions, but you'll also notice that they're not quick decisions. This process from start to finish will take over a year. They're not done just at the whim of the council. They're done after a lot of consideration and trial. And to cut it off now, I think for Barrow Street would be unfortunate, and I think it should be supported.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Do any other councillors wish to speak to this item? Sorry, Councillor Davidson.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to the councillors that have spoken. I think everyone's put forward some very well considered views, and like many other councillors, I think that having the consultation and the dialogue with the community is going to be important. I think talking to the school as well and assessing the impact of the consultation and of any potential trial going on after that will really decide how council progresses with this. Each section of each road, when considering a road closure, needs to be taken into its specific context with the surroundings, with the neighbours, with the road users, the pedestrians, and the cyclists and car users as well. So all those views are important to hear, and I think giving it an opportunity to be heard is something that I'm willing to do. And to take it from there. And as Angelica said earlier, that it is a longer process, and that's something that I'm looking forward to hearing what the community comes back with, and we can really analyse the pros and cons of it moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Davison. Do any other councillors wish to speak to this item? I think we've probably heard from everyone. Do you want your right of reply, Councillor Bolton?
Just briefly, I think, just in response to some of the comments, I think there is a good reason why Barrow Street has been chosen to for a trial, or to engage in public consultation with a view to a trial closure. I think some of it's been outlined, a lot of it's been outlined tonight, especially in terms of the number of people who cycle to Coburg High School, the resident who talked about the roundabouts on Barrow Street being very flat so that traffic or speeding traffic tends to drive over the top and be especially, especially fast. I feel that there's sufficient context, because I think, some streets work better than other streets. I think that is a fact. But I think now I feel quite comfortable with the arguments as to why we should start consultation about this, a potential road closure. There are streets which have been closed for many years and people have got used to them. I don't know if there was controversy about them at the beginning or not. Shorts Road is one that was pointed out at my community meeting. But also one which has been raised as a bit of a comparison is Canning Street, I think, where there is a modal filter to filter bikes through and not necessarily cars. So there are, I don't know if there was controversy about that right at the beginning, but there are certain circumstances where if the treatment is right, people will see the logic of it over a period of time. If it's wrong, the wrong thing to do at a particular time, people will raise a hullabaloo about the whole issue. I think would be...
Councillor Bolton, if you'd come to your conclusion.
Yeah, I am. My understanding is the reason this report's been able to come back to council is because the council didn't decide to take an action at the last council meeting. This is my understanding. I might be wrong on this. And that's why the report, we didn't decide not to do anything or to do something. We just didn't vote for the officer's recommendation. And because we didn't vote to do something, then it was possible for the report to come back. It wasn't a rescission of a decision.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton.
That's my understanding.
Thanks, Councillor Bolton. So we'll now move on to a vote on that item. So all those in favour? Okay. So we're getting a division called from the start. So if all those in favour, keep their hands up. So we've got Councillor Bolton, Councillor Riley, Councillor Pulford, Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Panopoulos, Councillor Conlon and Councillor Davidson. All those against? Councillor Euders, Councillor Pavlidis. Any abstentions? No, I think that's everyone's voted. So I can declare that carried. On to item 8.1, which is a notice of motion on accessible tram stops at Sydney Road, moved by Councillor Bolton. And I think we need a seconder. Do we have a seconder? So Councillor Panopoulos is the first person I saw, sorry. So yes, Councillor Bolton.
So this motion is for, council has already supported the campaign for accessible tram stops on Sydney Road. And for people who might not be aware of this issue, when the government starts the level crossing removal process, the upfill train line will be closed for 18 months. So unless accessible tram stops are installed on Sydney Road, people who rely on accessible transport, and particularly the train, won't have a means to get to work or get around to do all of the things that people need to do in their lives. And so that's why Christian Historians started the campaign last year. This coming June on the 22nd, there is going to be another rally for permanent accessible tram stops on Sydney Road.
Sorry, Sue, can you put your mic on, please?
Yeah, it's on. Oh, maybe it's not very loud. Sorry. Yeah, so maybe I'm not speaking very loud. I'll hold it up. So there is going to be a first-year anniversary of a rally that started the whole campaign in June this year for accessible tram stops. Now, last year the council did very kindly agree to fund leaflets and posters for the campaign up to the amount of $5,000. I don't think we used the full $5,000 in either occasion, but I don't have quotes from printers to know what they're charging at the moment. So we're wanting to, the motion is for council to fund, assist with publicity, really primarily printing of flyers and posters. The bit on the motion, I think, which is probably redundant, is the provision of face masks, because there are people with long COVID who want to attend the rally and have asked that we provide face masks, but we think we could probably get those from one of the disability organisations. So it's really primarily leaflets and posters. And I would say the money that council gave us for leaflets and posters is probably some of the best money spent by council ever, because it enabled us to letterbox 30,000 people and make and involve people in a campaign and support a campaign for accessible tram stops on Sydney Road. There's a lot of people who think they're necessary but don't feel that it's possible to really campaign around this because there haven't been any politicians pushing for this. They think there's not many votes in the issue, and so they just leave it. And so this is a really critical issue, and I think we actually can win this. There's more engagement from the state government and the Transport Department and the council than there ever has been before. I mean, council's advocated for this issue in the past, but there hasn't been as much engagement from the state government. Now, that's not a commitment at this point. I'll just end on this point. It's not a commitment yet. So we're campaigning until we actually win this issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Panopoulos as seconder.
Don't know how to beat that one, but I think Councillor Bolton, summed it up really, really quite well. And just to build on what she said around the fact that this is, a fundamental human rights issue. It is, quite frankly, a disgrace that there have had to be so many community rallies and events and advocacy pieces calling for accessible tram stops. This shouldn't be a thing because we have so many people in our community that need accessible tram stops, whether they've got limited mobility because of age or disability, people with prams. It just should really be a common sense thing. So, as far as I'm concerned, for as long as we need to continue supporting this campaign to get these vital changes done and to get them supported by the relevant levels of government, I'm keen to continue supporting this. So thanks, Councillor Bolton, for the notice of motion.
Thank you, Councillor Panopoulos. Councillor Riley wishes to speak.
Yeah, this is just speaking in support, but just wanted to add that prior to this particular campaign name, the Accessible Tram Stops on Sydney Road work, there was a couple of events in 22, which was ahead of the state election. And when I was mayor, I worked with Christian Historian and the Disability Resource Centre, which is a Victorian advocacy group for people with disabilities, on their accessible trams or accessible public transports for all. And so there's been work going on this for a long time, and I can assure you we were getting in politicians' ears then, but it's not the politicians that are so much the problem, it's actually the Victorian government, which is a bunch of politicians, but they're the ones with the power and the ability. They were supposed to have introduced this by the end of last year. across all public transport streams in Victoria, and they failed woefully from their own legislation. So I encourage this, and I'm really pleased to be able to support it. But also just acknowledging that we've got other campaigns on Lygon Street, which is not getting a mention tonight, so I just want to give a thumbs up for routes 1 and 6, and Melville Road 2, which is Route 58, although I have to say the state government have already got their eyes on that, and they're about to roll out new, longer, bigger trams. Once they get a new depot up at Merri-bek, they'll be starting to get rolled out next year. So we probably don't need to campaign on Melville Road, but Lygon is another one that does need a lot of work, and it's got about as many challenges as Sydney Road does in terms of the huge cost that's going to be there because of all of the infrastructure. So commend the campaign and thank Christian and all the community for their work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. So Councillor Conlon wishes to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Also very happy to support this motion. I think it's money very well spent. And I think, Councillor Bolton and the community's ongoing campaign on this issue is really, really amazing. But I think just to kind of reiterate some of my other points, I think it is important to remember or to kind of connect the dots here in that what we're talking about is safe streets. So absolutely fantastic, and we really need to make sure that we get safe, accessible tram stops on Sydney Road. But I think we also need to remember as a council, we do control 90% of the road network through our local streets. So even if we do win safe streets on Sydney Road, which hopefully we will soon, that's great. But if the people can't get to Sydney Road safely on the council roads, then we're not doing our job properly. So that's why it's really important for council to really focus our efforts and our resources on our own streets, which is local council roads, to make them safer so that there's a whole safe network. So it's not just about the arterials, it's really about making sure that we've got a network of safe streets so that people who use wheels or people with disabilities who use wheelchairs are able to get to Sydney Road as well as getting on and off the tram, because if they can't get home properly and they have to compete with speeding cars along local roads, then we're not helping them to live full, dignified lives, independent lives where they can have freedom and autonomy. We really need to be making sure that yes, we're doing the advocacy to the state government, but really we're also lifting our own fingers in our own backyard. That's a really mixed metaphor, but we really need to make sure that we are doing the work on our own local streets so that we are creating a full network so that people can get around everywhere safely, not just on and off the tram. We have to think much more holistically than that. So that's why it's really good we passed Barrow Street. And I look forward to council resourcing and supporting more safe street projects soon.
Thanks, Councillor Conlon. Do any other councillors wish to speak to this motion? This notice of motion? We'll move on to voting. I don't think anyone spoke against it. There's no right of reply. All those in favour? And I can see that's carried unanimously, so I'll declare it unanimous. Thanks, everybody. So we'll now move back to item 7.1 and kind of go through the agenda as is listed. I can see Councillor Papadopoulos has her hand up. Would you like to move a...
Yes. Sorry, Mayor, I believe a councillor wishes to declare a conflict of interest for this item.
Yes, sorry. Oh. So, do we have any conflicts of interest to declare on the budget?
Yes, absolutely. It's off. Okay. Yeah, I do have a conflict, excuse me. And that is that I'm the number one ticket holder for Brunswick Juventus, and any funding that goes towards that football club, I will not be voting, won't be in the chamber.
So yes, I believe we can debate the item as a whole, but when it comes to voting, we can separate those items out and we can vote on every other item, and then you can leave when that specific item comes up. So thanks for declaring that. So sorry, Councillor Papadopoulos, you wanted to move something.
Yes. So I don't know if it's been circulated yet, but I'd like to move an alternative that includes from our table items A and B. So that's the YHOP funding, as well as bringing forward the Melville Road and Albion Street shopping strip design work. We'll just get that on the screen to make sure that everyone knows what we are discussing.
we just need to add we just need to make sure the conflict of interest.
Yes. Yeah,
parts
of
are
course.
also
That's
included in this.
once that gets worded up, that's all good. In the interest of time, would you like me to start speaking to them whilst governance organise? It was B on
the table.
Lambros's one. Yeah, so the YHOP was around 60,000 for the Youth Holistic Outreach Program. And then the Melville Road, Albion Street one was about bringing forward some design work for the shopping strips around there. And that was, yeah.
So we won't start debating.
Okay, cool.
So sorry, we're just getting it all sorted so that every council knows the item that we're debating. And councillors online, can you see the projection of the... Yeah, great, I can see heads nodding. So if anyone's just tuning in, just explaining we're making sure that we've got the motion that we'll be debating on the screen so everybody is across it. And I think we're just being particularly careful given there's a conflict of interest that has been declared, and we want to make sure that that's nice and clear.
Through you, Mayor. So what's happened at the moment is that a councillor has declared a conflict of interest in a part of the budget, and that part is the Deschênes Reserve works in 24-25, 25-26 for female-friendly facilities. The conflict of interest isn't for the whole rest of the budget, it's for that part. Governance is recommending that Council first considers a motion to endorse the Deschênes female-friendly facilities in the Capital Works program for 24-25, 25-26. Councillor Yildiz has declared a conflict of interest, would need to leave the room for that item, and then would require a mover and a seconder for the whole rest of the budget, excluding Deschênes Reserve Capital Works.
Sure. Okay, so...
I'm happy to just move all of that if it makes it easier.
Yeah, so Councillor Panopoulos will move that. So, sorry, Councillor Yildiz, were you able to leave the room now? Because we're going to deal with that first, and we'll get you back in after that. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Panopoulos is offering to move the first item, which is about the particular capital works happening in Deschênes Reserve for female-friendly change rooms. Do we have a seconder for that? Do you want a second as well? Yes, I'm happy. Yeah, so Councillor Tapanis will second that. So we'll just get that on the screen. It's just coming up now. I think we can probably begin debating that, given we've got the conflict of interest councillor out of the room. Yep. So Councillor Panopoulos, would you like, and we might be brief because we're going to debate the whole other budget later.
Yep. Thanks, Mayor. I'm not going to do my whole budget speech spiel thing here, but yep, this is really just putting forward some money for getting some female-friendly change rooms at Deschênes Reserve, which is part of what we're doing across the board to get more women and girls into sports. That's it.
Great. Councillor Tapanos, a second.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Just to give a plug for the work that we have done in this space over many years, and there's not many pavilions left that require upgrading, but the last few are being done, and this is part of that ongoing project. That's been fantastic in encouraging greater participation by women in sports in our local community.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Does any other councillor wish to speak to that, noting we can debate the rest of the budget in a second? I might move that to a vote. All those in favour? And I can see that's carried unanimously, so I'll declare that carried unanimously. So we might get an officer to invite Councillor Yudes back into the room. And as we do that, we'll... so Councillor Panopoulos had foreshadowed what the motion that she would like to move, and I think Councillor Tapper said you said that you'd like to second? Yes. So we're now getting that projected on the screen so people online can see that at home. So Panopoulos was to move that, Tapanos to second, and we might need a short note that it excludes. Yeah, so we'll just make sure that's on the screen as well. And then we'll begin debating our budget. And just a note to councillors, we do have a very full agenda, and we're over half time of our time. So just keep that in mind. Councillor Pavlidis, you have your hand up.
Just to mention that I also have a couple of amendments once all this is done.
Yes, I believe officers are working on the amendment you've just sent through. So welcome, Councillor Yudes. We're just getting the final wording, making it clear we're not discussing Deschênes. And Councillor Pavlidis, if you just want to check your email for the wording sent through for your amendment.
Let me double check. Oh, they should be, yes. Yep.
All right, so we have here, now do we have the Deschênes part or we're still adding that?
Yeah, that's in dot point 1.
Okay, sorry.
Yep.
Right, great, perfect. I think we're ready to debate this. So Councillor Panopoulos as mover.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'm really quite happy to be moving the draft budget at this council meeting. I think that this is quite an exciting thing that really shows off all of our priorities and exactly proves how we're working to best serve our community, both in terms of the services that we provide and also the infrastructure. So just to go through the highlights, of course, we're continuing with our huge projects, being Fawkner Leisure Centre and the Saxon Street Arts Hub, and we're also continuing with some really important work in our tree planting space, our active transport space. We're expanding our support for seniors to live independently, continuing our funding of our homelessness assertive outreach program, putting more money into cleaning up our shopping strips, and something that I'm really passionate about is that we're starting to put money away for the Coburg Library redevelopment, which is part of that bigger central Coburg conversation and is so important for us to be planning for. I just want to quickly thank everyone for being involved in the community budgeting process and note that we're proposed to spend just under $400,000 on these community submissions, on these ideas, which is a fair bit more than what was initially allocated in the early processes. I specifically want to acknowledge the community members who got in touch regarding the shade sales over playgrounds with the petition and in the community budget process. I just really want to say a huge thank you to all of you and for your efforts. There's $150,000 allocated now to accelerating our rollout of shade and shade cloths over our playgrounds, which is so incredibly important, especially as we're in an ever increasingly hot climate. In the motion that I'm moving tonight, I've moved the officer recommendation with a couple of key amendments. So the first is to include $60,000 of funding for the Youth Holistic Outreach Program run by youth projects who provide holistic wraparound services and support for some of the most vulnerable young people in Merri-bek. And so they really do help with looking for housing, employment, medical and mental health. And so I think that their work is just so vital to people who really need a hand here in Merri-bek. And so that's why I put forward $60,000 to help with that. I'm also moving an amendment regarding bringing forward the design work around Melville Road and Albion Street, and I want to thank Councillor Tapanos for putting this on the agenda and really helping to bring home the point, as we've heard throughout this evening and at so many of our council meetings, around road safety and pedestrian safety and the need to make our streets safer and more enjoyable for people to walk and get around, because the stakes really are so high when it comes to road safety. So to summarise, this budget is the product of months and months of work. It's not the end, because we've still got community consultation and that submissions process, so I encourage everybody to get involved. I think this does cover off on a whole bunch of what different people are passionate about, and so I'm really thrilled to have been moving this draft budget this evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Panopoulos. Councillor Tapanos is seconder.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, and thank you also to the council staff who have worked tirelessly with councillors and the community through the community engagement process that we've had so far to get us to this point where we are releasing a draft budget for your feedback. And I note that it is just draft, so please engage with council. Let us know what you like and what you don't like and what you want to see changed. But in that process of letting us know the changes you want to see, as councillors need to acknowledge that it's a process of adding something, it's also a process of taking something out of the budget. So if you propose to fund something, also let us know what you want to be defunded, because we need to deliver a balanced budget. But everything is a matter of priorities, and there is no doubt that we could spend a lot more money in many of these council areas to do a lot more good. But we need to balance it out. And I feel that what we've proposed today is a very good and fair, balanced budget. I think there are some areas around council's renewal of its assets that are really starting to be addressed here. Some of the things around roads and drainage and other smaller things that you don't often hear councillors talking about that are here. And they will be in the next budget, in the next forward planning as well. But I do want to talk about the big projects that Councillor Panopoulos spoke about and many others have spoken about in the lead up to this and in previous years, because it's great to see Falconer Pools funded and delivered, and construction has started, and the final part of that crosses over into this budget. Also Saxon Street Arts Hub or Precinct, or consultation is out at the moment, but that is also the final part of that is just ticking over into this budget. Some other great projects like the Childcare Centre in West Brunswick next to Dunstan Reserve, a large investment in this budget. And of course, there's a whole range of other investments right across the city and services. Something that is really important, that's a new service that Council has funded only in this term and is continuing and expanding in this budget, is our outdoor home help for seniors. That has been a program that's been oversubscribed and a great take-up, and all the councils have seen the great work that it's done and how meaningful it is for seniors to be able to get that assistance to stay in their homes longer, to have raised garden beds and some outdoor assistance. So there's a whole range of facilities, but also services. And overall, it's a great balanced budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak against this item? Okay, so you've got an amendment. So can you want to outline which amendment you're seeking to move?
Yes, so I've got an amendment which was circulated earlier today. I think it was this morning. Basically proposing to remove the new member fees from the refurbished or the redevelopment of the Fawkner Leisure Centre. So if I get, I can explain.
So is there a
little bit of
seconder?
why.
Yeah, sorry. Is there a second? Yeah, so we've got, I can see Councillor Conlon with his hand up. So yes, Councillor Bolton, do you want to speak to your amendment?
So basically what's being proposed in this budget, although it's not super clear unless you're sort of used to reading all the fine print, is the proposal is that existing users of the new Fawkner Leisure Centre, once it's finally completed in October this year, the existing users will pay the same sort of fees that they've paid in the past, but new member fees will be charged at a higher rate. And I'm proposing that we remove these newer, higher fees for new members. And I think there's good reasons for this. Fawkner is, the lowest socioeconomic area within Merri-bek. And also we've seen a massive increase in the number of drownings each of the last few years. And in particular, a lot of people from migrant communities or communities where there's not really been a history of swimming as a form of recreation, or maybe don't live near the ocean or whatever. And so learning to swim and learning to be safe with water is really, really important. And I think it is a worrying thing that this has been proposed. I can envisage that if new member fees did get introduced, that this might start to happen in other areas as well. So to remove these new member fees will only cost $4,000, and I'm proposing that be funded out of the surplus.
Councillor Bolton, Councillor Conlon.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, can I just clarify? The motion as put forward by Councillor Panopoulos and Councillor Tapanos reduced the surplus to $2,000. So this amendment, if passed, actually reduces the result to a deficit of $2,000. Yeah.
Well, I could propose to reduce the Melville Road works by $2,000.
Well, that would be a separate amendment.
Okay, it'd be a separate amendment.
So,
Councillors, the advice from officers is that minus $2,000 is essentially the same as break even.
So we can, yeah. So, sorry, Councillor Conlon as seconder.
Yeah, I'm happy to support this amendment. I think Councillor Bolton raises good points about needing to retain fees. On the one hand, probably not ideal to have totally different fees across the municipality, but I think that having not increasing the fees in the more disadvantaged part of the municipality is probably a good thing. And given that it's only going to cost $4,000, I think that's pretty small and reasonable amendment. So yeah, happy to support that. And are we just talking about the amendment or the broader?
Yeah, no, just the amendment. Thanks, Councillor Conlon. Yeah. Councillor Riley to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I'm sort of reluctant to have to sort of speak against this. I think the sentiment and the intention is terrific, but I think the effect is probably not so good, in the sense that this is going to set up a two-tier scheme across our city. So we're going to have some residents getting better deals than others when it comes to our leisure centres. Now, look, on the face of it, that sounds fine, but these people are going to get a fantastic new aquatic centre. And then we're going to say, actually, you pay less than the Brunswick people or pay less than the Coburg people. And mind you, there are lots of poor people and people who aren't so well off in those places as well. And the same in Oak Park. So I just very uncomfortable with us going down this. Yeah, it's only a minor amount. It's very small, but it's a slippery slope. And not only are you instituting it now, it's going to go on for perpetuity, and there's no sunset clause in this. If you want to address drownings in this city, let's address drownings and actually think of a serious program to do that. Yep. We're getting people back in. I go to Brunswick Bars all the time. I see the lessons going on. I'm a school teacher. I see the schools attending and so on, and I encourage all that. And yes, we need to make up ground that we lost during COVID because we've got dreadful drownings in Australia to the extent I've never seen in all my life, and it's really disturbing. So yes, we should address that properly. I don't propose to do that tonight. I'm happy to work on that at another day. And yeah, if we've got to come up with some programs for people who can't afford those lessons, happy to do it. Get some childcare for the parents who have to be there as well. Let's work it out properly and do a proper job on it. But this one is a real slippery slope. I'm sorry. It's only small, but it's just a bit makes me. I think the intention is great.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Do we have any other councillors wishing to speak speak to this motion? No, we might move on to a vote on that. Sorry, amendment. Yeah, there is a right of reply. For 2 minutes.
I think, well, I mean, I don't know what the history is of Fawkner, Fawkner residents paying less for access to the pool than previously. And I haven't recently looked at all of the different fee rates of different pools throughout Merri-bek. But I do feel strongly that this is a disadvantaged community, and yes, it is going to be a fantastic new facility. We saved it from the intention of council to close the outdoor pool. So I think that was a massive victory. But I am worried about all of the drownings, and I agree this isn't the only thing that will, prevent drownings. There needs to be a lot more than this. But I do think right now the cost of living, I mean, of course it's affecting everybody, everywhere in society, but I think it is especially affecting people in Fawkner, which is the most disadvantaged part of Merri-bek. So I do feel that if we want local people in Fawkner to use the pool and learn to swim and all the rest of it, we actually, I think, I don't think we want to increase the cost beyond what people have been paying. I mean, if we're going to increase the cost, we do it across the board, not just new users. I think I don't like this. I mean, in the same way that I don't like it when employers get new workers on a lower salary, lower wage than existing workers. I just don't agree with this sort of system.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. We'll move on to voting on this amendment. All those in favour of this amendment? All those against? I declare that lost. Yes, we'll have a division. So all those in favour? Councillor Bolton, Councillor Conlon. All those against? Councillor Riley, Councillor Yildiz, Councillor Pulford, Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Panopoulos, and Councillor Pavlidis. Any abstentions? No. All right, sorry, we get division. So we now go back to the motion as appeared on the screen. Now we had the mover and the seconder speak. Does any other councillor wish to speak to this motion or move other amendments? Councillor Pavlidis.
Yep, thank you. I have two that I would like to move. Just on what was circulated earlier today, that would be C, which is to allocate a further $100,000 to supporting seniors to live independently and expand outdoor help and heating cooling in the budget, and to offset that by removing it from the additional $100,000 tree maintenance. That's the one. The second one was...
And are you moving them together, Councillor Pavlidis?
Oh, I can say, well,
Okay.
whatever's easiest for staff, if it's easier to put one at a time, or do you want them together and you can vote on them separately?
Maybe let's do it just one at a time, because I think there's some requests from here to do that.
Okay.
So, all right, so you're moving amendment C on the table that was circulated to council. It's being projected. And do you have a seconder? Councillor Yildiz to second, so Councillor Pavlidis to speak as the mover now.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think the reason, I guess, is we currently have in the budget, in relation to trees specifically, $470,000 per year for the urban forest strategy, which is the tree planting regime. And we also have an additional $400,000 for the next 3 years to plant trees in tricky places. So it's a total of $870,000 per year for the next 3 years. Now, as we may all be aware, we do have the outdoor help for seniors. Now, that was fully expended for the current year. Funding for that has been fully expended, and this financial year anyway, this current year, and there are already 78 people on the waiting list for 24-25. So I guess my view is that we have our seniors, I think, more need of this additional extra 100,000, so we can assist them more so than, not that I'm not saying trees are important, but I think if we have sufficient funding for the trees, I think we need to support our elderly, especially along this cost of living crisis.
Thank you, Councillor Pavlidis. Councillor Yildiz, a seconder. Do you wish to speak? No. Does anyone wish to speak against? Councillor Riley?
Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Pavlidis, for putting this up. We are actually expending more money on seniors living. We've already got that program in place, and we're actually looking to top that up. So I'm not sure why we need to do it further. Secondly, the biggest killer of people in our city when it comes to natural disasters is heat waves. This city's got a huge problem without enough shade and trees. That's as a result of being a working class city with industry and concrete and tar. If we don't do something about it, we're actually just going to 1.5 degrees, which is what we're meant to stay under according to the Paris Agreement. Kiss that goodbye. We need to be getting more trees in place because this city has been missing trees ever since it was built. Now, the most vulnerable people are the ones that Councillor Pavlidis wants to spend this $100,000 on, which is good, older people. However, they're the ones who are going to die in the heat waves, and yet we need to have more mitigation through more trees, more urban canopy, and that's not just going to impact on older people, it's going to impact all of the community. So there's a benefit that gets across all of our city, all of our age groups. It's not favouring one age group above another. I could keep going. I don't think I need to. I think it's pretty clear. For me, the cost benefit is much greater in urban forest implementation and spending, which we're way behind. We are one of the worst cities in metropolitan Melbourne, and if we don't invest in it and you keep pulling money out of it, we're going to continue to have that impact. So I think you're going to get much better uplift, maybe not so much for the older people right now because it's going to be the next generation that are going to get the better benefit, but we really need to be addressing this heat wave and the increasing climate. We're losing ice in the Antarctic. We're losing all sorts of things in our climate at the moment, and we're seeing the impacts with all these huge floods that we're having across Australia as another example. We've got so much risk and other things we need to be dealing with. I just think, let's support our older people. We are doing that. We're actually adding more to it through our budget this year than we did last year, but I'm not sure why we need to actually top it up with another 100,000 when we could be, well, we're trying to take it away from another really important program.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Do any other councillors wish to speak to this amendment? Councillor Tapanos.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Look, this is part of the budget process. We get into debates around two really good things and two big priorities of council. And we've got to allocate the money appropriately. And sometimes we also talk about the margins. The tree planting program is substantially larger than this. So I guess this amendment is reallocating it a little bit to the seniors' help. I'm going to support this tonight, partly because the Seniors Outdoor Help is a new program, and it still meets a lot of those objectives that we've heard about, those environmental objectives, because it's to support people with gardening, it's to support people with plantings. In a way, I think it meets those objectives, but it meets so much more around social isolation, helping people stay at home longer, just the satisfaction that people get from being able to do their gardening. And I know that when this program was introduced, it was oversubscribed immediately. And yes, we are increasing the budget. I argued for a larger increase, and I get the opportunity here today to support a larger increase. So I'm willing to do that. Recognising also that we are doing a substantial piece of work around planting trees in difficult places, and in the future budget, I think this money plus more will be restored in that tree planting program, especially when we identify the more difficult places to plant trees. But I think for this budget, because the Outdoor Help is a new service that's oversubscribed, I think it's worth council putting this extra $100,000 in this project just this time, whilst we restore the tree planting project in future years and expand on it.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Any other councillor wish to speak to this?
Just very briefly.
You were the second.
Yeah, just for a bit.
Well, you reserved your right, so yes, I guess.
Just closing off. Look, I'm going to support anything that enhances or invests money in our seniors. The key words there is to expand outdoor help and heating and cooling budget. So I think I can appreciate what Councillor Riley has said, but if we don't look after our elderly, I think, and the most vulnerable, I reckon, in our community who have done so much for this community, I think anything with the words seniors, elderly, should have priority over, I think, a lot of other things, including the offsetting of what Councillor Pavlidis has included in this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Udis. Councillor Bolton to speak.
Yeah, I think this is a difficult issue, and both very deserving projects, and I definitely know the impact of this program and the trouble it's caused through it being oversubscribed. But I'm also very aware of the heat risk to elderly and lots of people, because like on the year of the Black Saturday bushfires, something like 100 and can't remember the number of people who died, 180 people or something died, but there were almost 400 people who died of the heat in that around that time of Black Saturday. That was sort of barely reported on. And so, the eastern suburbs are a few degrees cooler than Merri-bek is in summer. And we've been a bit protected the last few years. The rest of Australia hasn't been protected, but Melbourne's been a bit protected by having mild summers for a few years. But it's going to turn back to what it was in 2014 at some point in time. And that's what the temperature statistics are. I mean, 50 and 52 degree temperatures in Australia. Like, I just don't know how people can bear that. So and trees take a long time to grow. They don't grow instantly, and they need to be maintained. So I'm going to vote against Councillor Pavlidis' amendment. I do want to see an expansion of outdoor help for seniors, and there is going to be an expansion through this budget, and I would like to see an even bigger expansion. But I also think the tree planting is really, really important. Not everyone is a homeowner. Even people who are homeowners sometimes don't have money in the bank to pay for air conditioning, whatever. When the blackouts happen like they did in 2014, even if you do have great air conditioning and all the mod cons, when there's blackouts, none of that works. I just think this is sort of really quite important as well. I mean, they're both social goods, but I think we do need to make sure we do the tree planting.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Conlon to speak.
Yeah, I'm also going to speak against. Not that I think these are all worthy projects, and it's a difficult position to be in to have to pick and choose between all these things. But I think this sort of particular amendment is not. We don't really need it because we are spending quite a lot more. Well, we've expanded our expenditure for elderly programs, especially to allow people to age well in their home. And I think that it sort of just creates an unnecessary division to achieve the same outcome for the same group of people. So, like as Councillor Bolton said, planting more trees improves the urban canopy and therefore reduces urban heat island effect, which is an issue which really significantly impacts on older people in our municipality. So I think it doesn't really make sense to cut the tree planting stuff when we also need to help people get around in the public sphere as well as allow people to age well in the home. So yeah, I don't think we need to make that cut. And I think we all know as a council that we've, over the last few years, that we've seen that we're struggling to implement our own tree planting strategy, and it's kind of a waste of money when we go out and plant all these trees, but we don't have enough maintenance in order to allow the trees to grow properly. So I think sort of a little bit of extra maintenance for the tree budget allows us to make sure that we're not wasting money by planting trees that are going to die. So I think it's a bit of money to make sure that program works, and I don't think it needs to be cut against another program which we're already spending money on.
Thank you, Councillor Conlon. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Sorry, Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be quick. I know we're speaking a lot on this at the moment, but thank you, Councillor Pavlidis, for putting this forward. I think given the fact that we do have an ageing population and Council is going to need to be spending a lot more money on our seniors moving forward, this is something that we're going to need to look forward to in the future as an ongoing financial need in our community, and they're the people that have provided us with this very community. I think it's unfortunate that it's being offset against another worthy cause, and the maintenance of our trees is exceptionally important as well. But I think giving this new initiative that has just come forward in the last few years the best possible flourish and putting it out there for those who are more vulnerable, who do need assistance in their home and to maintain their independence in their home, is something extremely worthwhile and something that we all should be looking to invest in the future as well. Seniors living in their home and maintaining their garden is something that allows for them to plant trees if that's the argument as well. You know, it's unfortunate that we've got this dichotomy between planting and maintaining trees and allowing senior citizens to have assistance outside in their garden as well. But I'm definitely going to be supporting this. I think it's a future need that we are going to need to address as a council and a community moving forward for people who have given so much to us. So I will definitely be supporting this and will continue to support it in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Davidson. Councillor Pavlidis, your right of reply.
Thank you. I'm actually quite surprised, to be honest, because the comments, so I'm going to Councillor Riley that we already have funding in relation to this. I thought, well, the same applies for the tree planting. As I said, it's not that I'm against planting trees, far from it. It's, as I said earlier, the maintenance of the trees and the planting of the trees has been budgeted for previous years, and we have a further 3 years of 900,000, if not more, as it goes. The other point to mention is that we also have a commitment to plant 10,000 trees in 4 years, and we were advised by officers they were actually ahead of that schedule. So hence why I suggested that additional 100,000 that was suggested I don't think is needed, because we are pretty well covered for the tree planting, even in the tricky places. The interesting part is that the tree canopy would assist it would assist them, but when it is extreme weather events, they're not going to go out into these tricky places where the tree canopies are. They're not going to go out in the heat, they're not going to go out in the cold. They'll be staying at home. But many of them may not be able to afford to put on their heaters or their cooling because of cost of living pressures. So I won't say anything further.
Thank you, Councillor Pavlidis. We'll move to a vote on that amendment. All those in favour of that amendment? Okay. All those against? I declare that lost.
Can I have a division, please?
Sure. So all those in favour? Councillor Yildiz, Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Davidson, Councillor Pavlidis. All those against? Councillor Bolton, Councillor Riley, Councillor Pulford, Councillor Panopoulos and Councillor Conlon. So declare that lost. So we now move back to the substantive, so people may choose to move amendments or speak to this substantive. Anyone that wishes to speak to this? Councillor Pavlidis.
Sorry, forgive me, I had a second amendment too that I just circulated before as well.
Yeah, so we'll get that up on the screen. And we'll just see if you've got a seconder for it once it's been projected.
That's the one about footpaths.
So it reads to allocate an additional 120,000 funding in the 24-25 Capital Works program for footpath maintenance, and it offsets point B by reducing the strategic priorities operating project Merri-bek business case funding from 120,000 to 0. So do we have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Yildiz to second. So we'll go to Councillor Pavlidis to speak to that amendment.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to Andrea Bunting, who mentioned that before. I also agree in relation to our footpaths. I don't really think I need to say a lot in relation to the state of our footpaths. But just to add to that, I did raise one of our priority to have more funding go to our footpaths, but that was not endorsed by councillors, but irrespective. Anyway, considering we are constantly promoting walking, cycling, public transport, and in that priority order, basically everything except driving, many of our footpaths aren't fit for purpose. They're trip and fall hazards, especially like for pedestrians and people with mobility issues, children on bikes, scooters and what have you. Now, I guess I also acknowledge that we've just finished the road audit that we have every 4 years, and the footpath audit is due to be completed next year. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that these assets that we have that should or may have a life expectancy of, I don't know, say 10, 20 or 30 years, aren't lasting that long. And the current budget allocation is obviously not new enough to maintain or renew the infrastructure. Hence why I've suggested, and as what Andrea said earlier, the footpath maintenance budget has been reduced to fund other expenditure. I would like to see it back to what it was.
Thank you, Councillor Pavlidis. Councillor Yildiz. No. Okay. Councillor Conlon to speak against.
Yeah, I won't support this racist amendment. Basically, we know that the Merri-bek project is designed to provide material well-being to local First Nations communities across the region. It's a really important project that our council is working on with other councils, and it's got multi-level support from the state government, increasing support from the community. It's designed for council to put its money where its mouth is and deliver on all of the great things we've done in terms of the symbolic stuff for reconciliation. So I think these types of amendments where picking unnecessary battles between different groups in our community is really unhelpful. And I don't know where it's come from to just cut this really important project from the budget. Really disappointing.
Thank you, Councillor Conlon. Does any other councillor wish to speak to this amendment?
Could we just vote on it?
Okay, we might move to a vote on. Oh, sorry, Councillor Pavlidis. I think you get a right of reply if you'd like to speak.
Yeah, I do, and thank you through you, Mayor. I did say point of order 3 times based on the comments of Councillor Conlon.
Sorry, I couldn't actually hear you. So
it didn't come.
It literally didn't come through. Like no one heard it, Councillor Pavlidis. But I guess you could raise your point of order now.
Oh, it's a bit late now. He's finished talking, and I don't appreciate having been called a racist. Firstly,
call you a racist. I call the amendment racist.
All right. So we'll just get councillors to speak through the chair, but also not to directly address councillors. So, Councillor Pavlidis, did you want to raise a point of order, or would you like to speak in your right of reply?
I will speak to it, but I will take that offline. The reason I suggested to offset the project was the fact that we have, where is that? No, I'll tell you why. There was, this financial year, there was a funding allocated for 2 years to support the development of a business case and the associated project planning to fund this advocacy campaign and so forth. And this was done in 23, 24 and for the 2 years. So adding an additional 120,000 to for a further feasibility study and a further business case, to me is a duplication that we don't need.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Pavlidis. So we're voting on this amendment. All those in favour of this amendment? And I'm sure a division will be called, so I might just call it out now. So Councillor Yildiz, Councillor Davidson and Councillor Pavlidis. All those against? Councillor Bolton, Councillor Riley, Councillor Pulford, Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Panopoulos and Councillor Conlon. I declare that lost. So that amendment doesn't become part of the motion. We now move back to the motion. I believe we've only had the mover and the second to speak to that. Do any other councillors wish to speak to this motion as a whole? We might move on to voting on that. And so we didn't have anyone speak against the budget, so there's no right of reply. So we'll vote on that. All those in favour of passing this budget? So draft budget, sorry. Okay, so I can see that that's actually unanimous. So what do you, yeah. So we'll declare that passed unanimously.
Councillor, through you, Mayor, can I ask a question of officers, please?
Sure.
In relation to consultation on the budget?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question.
Sorry, the reason I'm asking is that
I asked multiple times.
So is aware there from last year I have been made aware that engagement and consultation for major projects, should we say, budget being one of them, the consultation does not reach everybody in a timely manner. And with that on the community newsletter that goes out on a quarterly basis.
So, Councillor Pavlidis, I believe we've discussed this previously. So, this isn't within, my understanding, this doesn't fit within the standing orders that we have, our governance rules. So, we might just address that directly through staff offline.
would like the meeting to know what consultation is going to take place and how they're going to be consulted, is the question I'm asking.
Yeah, it's in the thing that we've just passed.
I think it's also in the text of the motion where it says it'll be publicly exhibited for 31 days. So sorry, Councillor Yildiz had a question.
I didn't actually hear you, sorry, Mr Mayor, about the completion of all the amendments, because my amendment, point D, is actually in this document.
Yes, I know. I did ask councillors multiple times.
I thought you were still talking to Councillor Pavlidis about...
But we have just passed that, so I don't believe... But this is the draft budget, so there is a chance...
Mr Mayor, a point of order. If the motion on an item is carried or whatever, we need to move on to the next item on the budget, on the agenda.
Okay, so I'll just say that was the draft budget. There is a chance to influence the final budget. I'm sorry, Councillor Yildiz.
I thought you were still talking to Councillor.
Yeah, I understand there was some confusion going on. So we've got approximately an hour and 15 minutes left to deal with the rest of the items, and there are many. So we're now moving on to item 7.2, which is the adoption of new Merri-bek open space strategy. So Councillor Tapanos has his hand up.
I wish to move a slightly altered motion than what's in the agenda, but it's been circulated to everyone over email today, and I believe will be appearing on the screen shortly.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. So we'll get that projected, and then we'll see if there's a seconder. So that's up on the screen now. So this was circulated over email earlier today. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Panopoulos.
I'll second it if I can propose that we split it potentially, because I support the first two but not the second two.
So we've got Councillor Panopoulos who's happy to second the whole thing, so we might just go with that. And if you wanted to propose an amendment to, or if you wanted to propose us voting on it separately, we can consider that when it comes to the vote. So sorry, Councillor Tapanos, to speak to this.
Thank you. This quite substantial report before us that we're adopting today is really an important document, and quite a detailed document that is informing our open space strategy. So that is about new parks. It is about how we prioritise creating new parks, our acquisitions of new parks, our upgrades of new parks, including things like seating and lights and irrigation, including dog parks, including sports fields, the whole lot, including our creek corridors, right? So it's quite an important document, and this council some time ago adopted a very innovative approach towards the expenditure of the open space reserve when it developed a park close to home strategy. What we're seeing here is the new edition of that, effectively, a more advanced, upgraded, more informed with population data strategy that is really there to guide the future needs of our open space, our future open space needs. And if you just have a read of this document, and it's very visual, look at the maps, and you'll just see how the methods they've used to determine where are the gaps. It's not just about walking, but it's also about density, but it's also saying, we recognise that a large park, say like Central Brunswick Parklands, and a smaller park are not the same and should not be treated the same. So we want people to have walkable access to small parks in their neighbourhood, but also walkable access to larger parks that are both of a local and a regional level of significance. So that mapping is there, and this policy will not only inform how we spend your money on upgrading parks and creating new parks, but it will also inform other strategies as well. And it meets so many, I mean, we spoke about tree planting before. I mean, we need more open space to be able to plant trees in the future, to be able to create those urban forests that we talk about in the strategies. So you would find that this policy is probably one of the most important ones we're discussing today. And we hope that it will inform a future planning scheme amendment, so the contributions of developers to our open spaces are far greater in the future as well. So we are putting open space at the forefront of Council's agenda, not just now or the next term, but in the long term, with a strategy which is there to increase open space and create a more livable city into the future. And we recognise the urgency because we know that we have an urban heat island effect problem, because we know that we have extensive development in our city, and we know that if we don't prioritise and strategise about how we create open spaces now, we may not get that opportunity in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. We might need an extension. That's what you're about to do? Extension of time?
I mean, sure.
Yes. So Councillor Bolton to move an extension of time by 30 minutes. Councillor Riley to second that. All those in favour? I can, yeah, that passes. So we've extended by to 10:30. We can only extend for another 30 minutes and then another 10 minutes if we believe we can get through all the rest of the agenda items, or we'll come back tomorrow night. So Councillor Panopoulos is the seconder for item 7.2.
On that note, I just want to thank officers for their time and effort, and also thank all of the community members for their participation in this process. I think Councillor Tapanos outlined it quite well, and in the interest of time, I probably won't go through everything again, but just a huge thank you, for all the time and effort. I think we all really appreciate it, so thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Panopoulos. Does any other councillor wish to speak to this item? Councillor Conlon.
Yeah, in general, like I said, I generally support what Councillor Tapanos is doing with all this. I think he's trying to put a more rigorous strategic approach to the open space strategy, which I think is really good. Yeah, the only thing I'm not sure if I'm fully comfortable with the third point, to consideration of whether additional land is required under the park close to home framework for new supporting facilities. I mean, my understanding is how we've been spending that park close to home money is more on parks for passive recreational use. So I guess I'm a bit concerned if we put a direction on that, then that could really, could swallow up pretty much a lot of the funding from that fund. So yeah, I'm going to propose that we split up the vote.
Yeah, okay. So thank you, Councillor Conlon. Does anyone other councillor wish to speak to this motion? Sorry, Councillor Bolton.
Sorry.
Just very quick in response to that. I mean, I actually think this is quite a good motion, and I'm totally comfortable with considering sports along with everything else, because I just think, like, we're balancing up a lot of things with our open space, dog walking. Some people love dogs, some people hate dogs. We're balancing up passive recreation. We're balancing up sports, all different sorts of sports, and there are a lot of sports which are oversubscribed, so our existing sports grounds are being flogged. So I just think it's worth including that as part of the mix rather than just chopping it out. I think it's all got to be considered and weighed up, I think, as part of the whole looking at open space. I won't say more than that.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Do any other councillors wish to speak to this? Given the request to vote on it separately, we might vote on the whole motion excluding point C and then vote on C separately. Yeah. So this vote will be on all points apart from 1C, and then we'll vote on point 1C separately. So all those in favour of the motion apart from 1C?
Point of order. Sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor Pavlidis.
To split, if that's a motion, you need a seconder. You can't just say you're going to split the motion. Councillor Conlon has proposed that, so who's seconding that motion?
No, Councillor Pavlidis. It's within my right as mayor to decide whether to vote it on separately. It's in accordance with section 397, part 2 of the governance rules. So, as stated, we'll vote on all of that apart from 1C. So all those in favour of that apart from 1C? Okay, so I can see, and all those against? Any abstentions? I declare that carried. We'll now vote separately on 1C. So all those in favour of 1C? All those against? And I declare that carried. Great. We'll move on to item 7.3.
Me.
So Councillor Panopoulos has her hand up.
Great.
And we need a seconder. Is that Councillor Tapanos to second? Councillor Panopoulos.
Thanks, Mayor. So it gives me great pleasure to be moving this report this evening, and I'm really excited to see how this whole Coburg conversation engagement process progresses. So, I think for a lot of us, it's these big sort of visionary projects like this that get us really excited about being on council, and I think that it really shows that we can set the way for how we can transform our cities and how we get around and use some of the key precincts like Central Coburg. So, I really want to see how we can use our council-owned land to transform what I think is really underutilised urban heat island car parks into hubs of community spaces, genuinely affordable housing, can include a new library, spaces for artists and food relief and open space, and so much more. And I'll continue talking.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay. Now, all of this is possible, but it's quite clear that there's going to be a really lengthy process to get there, and it's going to be quite difficult. So that's why we've done a huge piece of engagement called the Coburg Conversation, where we heard from over 1,300 participants already about what they love around Central Coburg and what they think could do with improving. So this is, I view it as a once-in-a-generation opportunity to create a precinct that can go some way to addressing the housing crisis, the climate crisis, and all of the active transport issues that we've been hearing so much about tonight. So whilst these opportunities are big, that so are the stakes here. So we'll need to work with partners, we need to have the community on board and backing in this plan, and we'll need to be able to work across all levels of government. So we've got to be really deliberate about creating a really, community-focused area in Central Coburg that brings together people and all of the things that they love about this area. So this report outlines the 6 objectives for the future, of this precinct, and that's a new library, new inviting public spaces, more greening and cooling, new high-quality housing, including social and affordable housing, people-friendly streets, and thriving, diverse local economy. So these are all super important, and we heard these come through quite clearly in the engagement. So I'm really looking forward to how this progresses over the rest of this year and over future terms of council. So, really want to thank the officers and the community for their work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Panopoulos. I think Councillor Tapanos was the seconder.
Interest of time, and because I know there's going to be many opportunities to talk about Central Coburg and all the wonderful proposals that are coming before us about Central Coburg, I will leave it at that because the mover spoke so well.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Conlon.
We just had one amendment, which I've circulated earlier. Do you want me to read the wordings of that?
Do you want to read it out as we get it put up on the screen?
I think it's acceptable to me. We'll bring it up on the screen.
Yes. So just read it out, Councillor Conlon, as we get it on the screen.
So basically, it's just adding some words that we include an objective that says safe, green, inviting and accessible journeys that link key destinations and open space and all types of transport to, from and within the precinct, giving clear priority to pedestrians, cyclists and those living with mobility issues. So just a high-level objective to make sure that the precinct is an area that prioritises people and, making it a...
Yeah.
So that's acceptable to the mover?
Yeah.
And the seconder?
That's acceptable. Yeah. It's a lot of jargon, but it's acceptable.
Okay, so it's acceptable to Councillor the seconder. So that will now become part of the substantive. So, Councillor Condon, do you wish to speak to the motion as a whole, or are you happy to just have that included?
I'm happy with that, yeah. Okay,
great. Okay, so Councillor Bolton has an amendment.
So my amendment is that to add a point 4, which would read, includes the concept of a community centre as part of the Coburg Library project in the next round of community consultation on revitalising Coburg. Such a community centre would include a kitchen that the public is allowed to use, a shower and lockers, in addition, an additional meeting room or rooms which could facilitate the library opening up this additional space during extreme heat periods.
Yep, happy to incorporate that into the substantive.
Great. Okay, and the seconder?
I mean, if there's a level of detail here that is not for this high-reaching document, in the interest of time, I'm happy to accept it, but this is really something that could be discussed a lot later when we talk more detail about those specific projects. So I feel a bit uncomfortable about it, but I mean, it could go in this policy as well.
Okay, so being acceptable to the mover and the seconder, it now becomes part of the substantive. So does anyone else wish to speak to this item as a whole? Councillor Bolton?
I'll just speak to one element, which was the amendment just recently moved by Councillor Conlon. I think in terms of the moving through the space, a lot of people think of the Waterfield, Louisa Street, transit centre through, through the middle of the shopping centre on the western side of Sydney Road. But the other really important thing that I think we need to really factor in is the Victoria Street side of things, where the mall goes into Victoria Street, we know, beside the car park, etc., and then across the car park to do with the station. But then it goes underneath the line up the rest of Victoria Street, and that is actually a huge thoroughfare for pedestrians and cyclists. And I think certainly as part of this project, we need to factor in thinking about that area being a primarily pedestrian cycling sort of area with, super low speed cars and so forth, but like really prioritising pedestrians and cyclists because it's a heavily used area. And I realise that actually a lot of councils aren't so aware of that being a major access point to the Victoria Street Mall and Coburg Shopping Centre.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Do any other councillors wish to speak to this item? As no one's spoken against, we'll move on to the vote. So all those in favour? And I can see that that's passed unanimously, so I'll declare it unanimous. On to item 7.4. Councillor Panopoulos?
I'd like to move a deferral on this one until next month, if possible.
Sure.
Thanks.
So Councillor Bolton is happy to support the deferral motion.
Yep.
So
or as soon as practicable. Well, I guess further briefing and consideration. I think there's
for
a lot
further briefing
in
and
this.
consideration by councillors.
Yep.
Okay, so Councillor Bolton's happy to second that one? All right, so I don't believe we need to debate that. Yes. Okay.
Oh,
So-
well, then can I speak to it because I moved it?
You speak to it
Thank you.
as the mover, Councillor Panopoulos, acknowledging we have 1 hour left of the meeting. Councillor Panopoulos.
Thanks. So I'm moving this deferral because I think this is a huge decision. It is only Gateway 1 and there's multiple decision points, but it is quite a big thing that we're considering in terms of affordable housing, the Job in Moreland study around the provision of like the floor space, and we need shop fronts and office space for people. It also includes stuff around live music, and I just think that given the scale of this, and I know that we all like to be really well informed when we're making decisions, and I think from my own perspective, I know that I would benefit from further discussion and further briefing, so I would appreciate it if on this item, councillors would be able to vote in favour of just deferring it for 1 month, please.
Thank you.
I don't have anything extra to add.
Great, thank you. As you will notice, this amendment is Gateway 1. Part of Gateway 1 is to consult the community. I don't think it should be deferred because what you're deferring is the consultation. If you defer this till May, there may not be enough consultation before we get into caretaker mode. And we may not be able to make a decision about Gateway 2. So this 1 month is 1 month, in my view, less conversations in the community. What would happen, I understand if councillors need more time, but this amendment has been informed over the course of the last 4 years or so. It is policy work that's been discussed in this chamber previously around our strategic planning policies, around our affordable housing policies, around our policies that have to do with the declaration of Sydney Road as an entertainment precinct. A whole range of work has already gone on here that we've been briefed about. And I don't think the deferral, I think it would do more harm in the long term than good, because it's really taking that time away from the community, giving it to us, but it's taking it away from the community, in my view.
So, Councillor Bolton.
Yeah, I think I can understand Councillor Tapanos making those points. The reason I'm sort of interested in maybe supporting a deferral is because while there are a lot of positive things in this amendment around jobs and commercial space to have other activity so that people don't have to leave Merri-bek Council area to go shopping and all the rest of it, is the expansion of the boundaries of the activities centre zone. And I'd like to sort of just give that some more thought and be able to ask some more questions about that. So I think that's my reason for supporting a deferral, because that's not so clear in the officer's report.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton.
Can I ask just a quick question?
So Councillor Panopoulos has a question.
For Joseph, around the timing that Councillor Tapanos referred to. Is the delay by 1 month a negative or detrimental outcome?
Through you, Mayor, no, it wouldn't necessarily be detrimental at this particular point in time. In terms of consultation, what we'd be seeking through this recommendation is for Council to seek approval from the Minister, in which case, from a timing perspective, there would be an opportunity for submissions to be made during the course of the first half of next year. So hopefully that provides some clarification.
Thank you.
Okay. So does any other councillor wish to speak to the deferral motion? Councillor Conlon.
I also have just some concerns about, the expansion of the activity centre boundaries. Like, it is being expanded quite significantly, and I'm still kind of conflicted on it. On the one hand, I do understand and appreciate that we're essentially trying to get more control over development outside of the Brunswick structure, like the existing boundaries of the activity centre. But I'm just a bit still confused about the method or the tool that we're using, which is an activity centre zone, which has a very clear objective in the planning scheme to encourage higher density mixed-use development, which might be okay in some parts, but we are expanding that activity centre to include lots of new parts of around the activity centre, which means there could be. I'm still concerned we're going to send a conflicting message to developers, because we're going to be saying in some parts of this activity centre we're keeping sort of lower rise residential and other kind of less intense development uses like industrial, but at the same time we're using activity centre zone, which is designed to increase maximise the development outcomes. So I'm still a bit confused about that. I'm not necessarily opposed to all of it. I've also got some questions about the live music. I think the live music requirements.
So, Councillor Conlon, the issue is whether we defer it. I understand you're raising some of your concerns, but
this is helpful for officers to understand, so that they're going to ask.
You can also say this outside of the council meeting to officers. But usually we debate whether or not to defer the motion, not necessarily the substantive of the item.
I'm really trying to justify the decisions that I'm making, so it's a bit disappointing that I keep getting cut off. Like, I wanted to, my final point, within my time frame, which has been 1 minute 30, is that I also had some questions about the live music stuff. I'm not sure that they're mandatory provisions. They seem to be not mandatory. Anyway, that's all I'll say. Thank you very
Councillor Conlon. So any other councillors wish to speak for or against the deferral motion?
Can I move that we just vote on this?
No. So it doesn't look like anyone wishes to speak. So we'll vote on the deferral now. So all those in favour of deferring this. So we've got Councillor I'm sure there'll be a division. So Councillor Bolton, Councillor Riley, Councillor Pulford, Councillor Panopoulos, Councillor Pavlidis and Councillor Conlon. All those against deferring this item? Councillor Davidson, Councillor Tapanos. Any abstentions? Councillor Yildiz. I declare that carried. So this item will be deferred to the May council meeting. So we'll move on to item 7.5. which is Amendment C231 MarBeck, introduction of moving around Merri-bek transport strategy and Merri-bek open space strategy into the Merri-bek planning scheme, the first decision gateway. Do I have a mover? No, we deferred 7.4. We're on 7.5. Councillor Panopoulos? Okay.
Are you serious?
So do we have a seconder for Councillor Tapanos's deferral motion? Councillor Yudes to defer that. So we can debate that deferral motion.
Yeah, I just think that
at the expense of other important agenda items.
This one to me is interlinked with the other one and should be considered together.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Sorry, I think we've adopted our strategies and this is a process to embed those into the planning scheme. I think that they should really be considered together with the rest of the planning scheme amendments that are considerable that we are making. So basically, I think they should both be deferred and we should have joint briefings about how one links into the other.
Councillor Yudes, you wish to speak? Does anyone wish to speak against this deferral? We can just move it to a vote. All those, sorry, Councillor Conlon, did you want to speak against?
I'm happy to just vote.
Okay. So all those in favour of this deferral? Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Yudes, Councillor Pavlidis, Councillor Davidson. All those against this deferral? Councillor Bolton, Councillor Riley, Councillor Pulford, Councillor Panopoulos, Councillor Conlon. I declare that lost. So do we have someone who wishes to move a motion? Sorry, Councillor Panopoulos is hoping to move. Is there a seconder for item? Councillor Riley. Councillor Panopoulos.
Thanks, Mayor. So this here is around Decision Gateway 1 about introducing our transport strategy and then the open space strategy into our planning scheme. And so really this is a flow on from the previous decisions that we've made both at previous meetings and in this meeting around the open space strategy and the transport strategy. It's about putting that overarching policy framework and the strategic piece that is based upon evidence, officer time and effort, and a whole lot of community consultation. It's about translating that into our planning scheme to ensure that things are consistent and to give some of that certainty in the process. So this is, pretty much the statutory arm of the strategy and the policy that we've passed, and that, I hope that councillors can vote in favour of this one this evening. It is coming back to us, it's Gateway 1, but yeah, it's really, as I've just said, the statutory kind of real formal part of the strategies that we've approved and that we've debated and voted in favour of both at previous meetings and at this one.
Thank you, Councillor Panopoulos. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, this is a much broader than just an activity centre. I mean, as big and as important as that motion we've just deferred is, this relates to the whole of the city, and as Councillor Panopoulos has already outlined, I don't need to add further. I think we should get on with this work and we can just clarify the concerns officers have in relation to the Brunswick Activity Centre next month. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Does anyone any other councillor wish to speak to this item? We'll move on to a vote. So all those in favour? And I can see that has been passed unanimously. So I declare that carried unanimously. So we now move on to item 7.8, given we've considered 7.6 and 0.7, which is Box Forest Road, Northern Memorial Park.
I'll move with an additional dot point, as was circulated earlier, to refer this to the next budget, not the current one, the next one.
So Councillor Yudes is happy to second. So speak to it, please.
Thank you. I mean, I read the report with interest here, and I note the findings of the report. I don't necessarily agree with some of the findings, having been there even today and looked at the safety issues around the entrance to the cemetery from Box Forest. road, and I do think that something needs to be done here. I think that the cemetery, Northern Memorial Park, is getting busier and busier, and to leave the road as it is without, and just to say that it's fine or it's not a priority for me is not acceptable. We need to continue to monitor, continue to have the conversations with the cemetery, continue to review the costs and then other funding mechanisms, and actually progress with this project in a future year. We've put the draft budget out today. I'm not suggesting that it be funded in this draft budget, but I'm suggesting in my additional dot point that consideration be given to the next draft budget for its implementation. So I don't share some of the views expressed in the report. Having been there as recent as today, having seen the traffic situation, I think it's one that does require action. I'm willing to accept that more work needs to be done around the funding model, and I think that perhaps in the following budget we can reconsider it.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Yudes is the seconder. No. Do we have any? Councillor Bolton?
I wasn't planning to speak on this, but actually just from personal experience, because I go that way all the time, quite often it is, busy or chockers with traffic there, but not as a result of the cemetery. It's to do with the upfill line, the queue to get to Sydney Road, or and also probably at school hours at St Ilham College. There is the odd time that you might get held up, maybe more if there's a funeral, but I don't. I go that way all the time, quite often, and I don't really experience that. I'm not saying it never happens, but I don't really experience that. I mean, yes, sure, right turn lane would be handy, but I also don't think that should come at the expense of narrowing the footpath. That's what I picked up from the report, that if we added a right turn lane, that it would result in a narrowing of the footpath. And I think actually the footpaths along Box Forest Road need to be better than they are at the moment, especially because one of them is meant to be a shared path, but it is so narrow and also not very smooth, like very, not potholes exactly, but it's sort of not really that great, poor condition, I'd say. So I think I'd prefer to just simply go with the proposal that's been put forward by the officers, but purely on the basis of personal experience.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Do any other councillors wish to debate this item? Okay, so we might move on to a vote.
Can I ask if we can please vote on items 1, 3 and 4 together and separate out number 2?
Okay. So we've had a request to vote on clause 2 separately, and as chair I can decide to grant that request. So at first we'll vote on 1, 3 and 4 together. So all those in favour of 1, 3 and 4? So we've got... Sorry, councillors.
Can we get them on screen or not?
Is it not on screen? Can council...
I'm not in favour of one.
So, okay, so councillors, so we're voting on clause 1, 3 and 4. Can councillors at home see that? Yeah, so... Okay, so we had a request to split all of the clauses. Yep. So we'll vote on clause 1. All those in favour of clause 1?
I'm actually not that opposed to number 2, just I'm opposed to the right turn lane.
Okay, so clause 1. Okay, we've got Councillor Bolton, Councillor Riley, Councillor Pulford, Councillor Panopoulos and Councillor Conlon. All those against? Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Davidson, Councillor Yudes. Any abstentions? All right, so I've been asked for...
A division on that.
Yes, we've been asked for a division. I did just call out the names. Does that count, or should we do it again? Do it again. So clause 1, Councillor Bolton, Councillor Riley, Councillor Pulford, Councillor Panopoulos, Councillor Conlon. Against? Councillor Udis, Councillor Tapanos. Well, Councillor Conlon, you just voted for, so yeah. So Councillor Davidson, and any abstentions? Councillor Pavlidis. So I'll declare point 1 carried. Point 2. All those in favour? Councillor Bolton, Councillor Udis, Councillor Davidson and Councillor Tapanos. All those against? Councillor Riley, Councillor Pulford, Councillor Panopoulos, Councillor Conlon. Any abstentions? Councillor Pavlidis. Now, its abstention counts as a vote against, so I declare that lost.
Mayor, for the next ones, can we just have it on the screen constantly so I can see?
Yes, sorry. Yes, we just need to... Yes, so we're going to have a division on that. So all those in favour was Councillor Bolton, Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Davidson and Councillor Udis. All those against, Councillor Riley, Councillor Pulford, Councillor Panopoulos, Councillor Conlon. Any abstentions? I believe Councillor Pavlidis may be an abstent. Yes, she's nodding. Yes, okay. So that counts as a vote against, which means that's lost. So we're now moving on to clause 3, and I won't separate A and B. I'll just do 3. So all those in favour of clause 3?
We can't see it.
You can't see it?
Could it go on the screen permanently so we can see?
Yeah, we're not sure what's happening. Sorry, councillors at home. So they're the same clauses that were in the agenda. Is it back up there? Can you see it now?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. So now I've had a request to vote 3 and 4 together, and I think let's just do that. So we're going to consider clauses 3 and 4 together. Everyone's across what we're considering? Yeah. So all those in favour? And all those against? And any abstentions? Okay, I declare that carried. Great. So we'll move on to item 7.9.
Do you need an extension of time?
And yes, we do. Thank you, Councillor Panopoulos. So Councillor Panopoulos moves to extend time by 30 minutes. Councillor Riley to second. All those in favour? Yes, that's carried. So item 7.8 or 9? 7.9? So 7.9, removing redundant vehicle crossovers. Councillor Tapanos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also have a small addition to the item that's been listed as was circulated, and that small addition, it talks about referring this project on the activity centre ones at least to a future budget consideration.
All right. So do we have a seconder for this? Councillor Bolton's happy to second that.
Thanks, Mayor and Councillors. This has been a really interesting piece of mapping work across the municipality to identify redundant crossovers. So what that means is driveways. Driveways sometimes that have been built over but lead to nowhere, but driveways that are historical and no longer required. There are some driveways in the city that lead into a brick wall, and they've never been removed. So what this mapping has done is identify those driveways right across the city. It's a little bit of work to go to get the whole city, but we've got about 75% of it mapped out. And what this motion is acknowledging that mapping exercise, acknowledging that we've got a database of these, acknowledging that when we resurface roads, we will start to remove them, and acknowledging that there is a great opportunity, particularly in our activity centres, to plant more trees if we remove crossovers, to potentially have more outdoor dining, yes, to have car parking potentially as well, but a whole range of other usages. There's no point in having a driveway that is not used and leads nowhere. So what I'm suggesting with the additional dot point is, as opposed to just note these things, is that to actually fund their removal only in activity centres into the future, to consider it in a future budget discussion, because if you have a very busy area like Lygon Street or Sydney Road and you have a driveway that is not being used by anyone that's redundant. It could be outdoor dining, it could be tree planting area, it could be a car park, a loading bay area. I think that is worth the $5,000 it would cost to remove it. So only in activity centres and only in a future budget, we should start developing a program to remove these and potentially replace them with better usages like planting trees or car parking or outdoor dining.
Councillor Bolton. Yeah. So, Councillor Yildiz?
And the objection is the cost. I mean, and are we going to remove crossovers that potentially allow drivers to actually go in and do, because you can't often do a U-turn on most streets. I'm just wondering, I'd love to know where we've identified those crossovers, but $2 million for that, do we really have the budget to be doing that? Anyway.
Just a clarification, $2 million is if you were to remove them everywhere, right across the city. That's not what's being proposed. What is being proposed is to remove 36 inactivity centres at $5,000 each. So it's about $250,000 to be referred to a future budget. So that's the cost implication. It's not something for this budget, it's something for a future budget. It's about keeping the conversation going, and the total cost is about $250,000 or $5,000 each. That's what the funding model is. Now, if you consider the value of a spot in a busy area like Coburg or Brunswick or Lygon Street, you find that it would be money well worth spent.
I'll take that as your right of reply. So we'll now move on to voting. All those in favour? Okay, all those against? I declare that carried. We'll move on to item 7.10, Merri Creek Management Committee funding. Do I have Councillor Riley to move? Councillor Panopoulos, sorry, Councillor Conlon to second. Councillor Riley.
Just to acknowledge that we've been working with Merri Creek Management Committee and partly funding them along with many other councils in the water catchment. And we renew this every few years, and we're about to do that again tonight. And I just want to acknowledge all the good work that they do there, and hope that we will continue to renegotiate these service agreements and continue that work, because it's too important to let it go. Commend the officers' work on this and hope everyone supports it.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Conlon is seconder.
No, they voted to it.
Anyone else wish to contribute to debate? We'll move on to voting. All those in favour? And I can see that that is unanimous, so I'll declare that carried unanimously. Item 7.11, Council's Governance Rules 2024. Do I have a mover? Councillor Panopoulos to move. I'm happy to second.
I'll take this one as read. It's been through multiple processes. So yeah.
And so this has come back to us after community consultation, and there was one submission, and the details of that submission are in the agenda, and there's officer response to those issues raised in that submission. That's all I'd like to say. Does any other councillor wish to debate this item? We'll move on to voting. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Okay, and I declare that carried. Item 7.12, proposed councillor contact with lobbyists.
Through you, Mayor, did you say I had my hand up for an extension?
Yes, I saw that. But we didn't call for a division or anything like that. So,
wanted to make sure it was not as an abstention. That's okay. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. So 7.12, Councillor Riley's on his feet. Oh, sorry. Are there any conflicts of interest on this item? Yep. So, Councillor Riley to move. Do you have a seconder?
Seconder, I'll quickly speak to it.
Councillor Panopoulos to second.
Yeah, look, I'd like to move the officer's recommendation. I know there will be likely to be some amendments to this, but given I moved the original notice of motion, which started off the temporary trial, I'd like to sort of support the work that we've been doing on this and commend the officers' work on this. There's been some changes to the wording in terms of submitters and so on. This is really just focusing on the developers and the lobbyists side of it, and trying to make it a bit more simple. The original, through the consultation, we heard back that people didn't want to signal out all the submitters and in how we have to document and do those. So this is actually getting councillors to document and list those meetings and exchanges where lobbyists and developers are actually really pushing for untoward or pressuring councillors in some way. So this is really getting to identify those occasions where we need to really put them onto the public register. So it's not having to document every conversation and every meeting with developers, but where those issues arise, it's really incumbent on us to actually document them and log them. So that's what this policy is doing. It's putting the onus on us to do that and to make sure we do it in a way that raises those issues in the public realm so that people are aware of untoward behaviour and so on. So it's trying to improve that after the Operation Sandon investigation in, forgotten the Casey, the city of Casey, which was quite significant, and this is really building on that work and some of the original work that I moved, so I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Before we go to the seconder, I'll just note that we've got 8 items left on the agenda, and we can only extend by the final 10 minutes if we believe we can finish the items this evening. So it looks as if that we'll be continuing our council meeting tomorrow evening. So just informing people of that. Now we'll move on to Councillor Panopoulos as the seconder.
I'll reserve my right.
Okay, so does any other councillor wish to... Okay, Councillor Bolton has put her hand up with an amendment.
So I've got an amendment where I'm proposing to add an extra point under 4.3, which is that private developers will be banned from attending and/or briefing meetings of councillors when the general public is not invited to attend.
So is that acceptable to the mover? No. So we'll, do you have a seconder for your amendment? Is there Councillor Conlon has his hand up? So Councillor Bolton to speak to your amendment.
Yes, I think, especially my first term on council, there are a couple of instances where I think I was very uncomfortable, where someone who was lobbying for their land to be rezoned was invited to attend a councillor briefing, and also major business in the North Coburg Industrial Precinct was also allowed to attend a council briefing. And I believe, they have a lot of access to council officers in the preparation of their applications, etc. But usually members of the public, people who live in the area around them or live adjacent to them, only get a very short time to respond to applications. And I think by developers attending briefings, now I know this doesn't happen every day of the week, it's quite occasional, and I'm talking about private developers here, I think it can give developers a lot more access to councillors and council officers than they should have. They already have a lot of access, whereas members of the public get very limited access. 2 weeks, from the time the notice goes up on the property. So I'm opposed to giving the developers any extra ability to influence councillors. And I'm not saying there's anything corrupt necessarily that would happen, but I think especially a meeting of councillors where the public is not invited to attend, then I think that it is problematic, because I think it also then can have the impact of maybe convincing councillors of the value of particular development, and there might be major issues that then you're not as open to listening to, which get raised by the community. So I'm totally opposed. I would like to actually include this as part of our policy.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Conlon is seconder.
No, I agree with everything Councillor Bolton said.
Okay, Councillor Riley.
Yeah, look, I get the sentiment of Councillor Bolton, but I just need to say this is not going to be something that happens every day of the week. It's actually fairly rare we get these approaches. And yeah, I'm interested in transparency and openness. That's why I moved the original notice of motion. However, there are times where developers have ideas that they wish to put to us, and they usually do that sort of pre-submission or very early stages. So this is not to stop the public being able to observe and see and hear what's going on, but it is to give opportunities to them to be able to put some initial ideas and so on. It could be Development Victoria, and if we were to sort of require this, there may be issues that they don't want the public to know about right now, or that might be confidential or whatever. So I think there is room to be able to do this without having to have the public in every meeting with councillors and developers. So it's unlikely to happen very often. That, you know, eventually the agenda will be made public. Council, you know, the public and residents will be very keen to have their input and questions and shining lights on this. And as again I said, it's fairly rare that these kind of things come in, but sometimes it's a chance for them to surface an idea and see where it might go and how it might play out through the planning scheme and through the rules that we have to play by. But it doesn't mean to say that it's not going to come to, it will come to light, and I think the public should have their say in it, but it does allow us to have that opportunity where they can come and put an idea and sort it out before it becomes a formal process.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Do any other councillors wish to speak to this amendment? Councillor Tapanas. Well, it's okay.
Well, I'm speaking against the amendment, and I don't think that should even be amended to this point. I'm speaking against the amendment, and I think it's, even if the mover of the amendment wanted to propose this, probably should sit outside of this policy anyway. But I just wanted to say that in practice, when officers organise meetings with developers, which is rare, it's normally about really big projects that shape the city, things like Central Coburg, things like, it's not your average development, your one-site development, it is significant changes to the city. And it's about information. Why I think it doesn't sit in this policy is because, as Councillor Riley said, this policy is about openness and accountability. It's open and accountable. It's organised by council officers with council staff when it's organised in that forum. And it is about getting information as decision makers. If you were to insert a blanket ban, or just to say residents be invited, well, a lot of developers won't come to strategy meetings with objectors or potential community people. So what you're really saying is that these meetings won't happen. And in practice, I think that would be a loss. It would be a loss to the decision makers because we won't get that early information about what they're planning to do, and we won't be able to influence their plans. So although this sounds great on paper and it sounds like something that this council would support, when you really think about in practice how this would have worked on big projects and how this will work on Central Coburg, you'll end up with worse outcomes, worse development outcomes, because councillors and developers did not have the conversation early in the piece. So I think it sounds good, but in practice it's a real negative.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Do any other councillors wish to contribute to debate on this amendment? We'll move to Councillor Bolton's right of reply.
I know the arguments against including this have not persuaded me at all, because I just think it's you know, there's other people in the community who've got great ideas for things to do. They don't get invited to special meetings with councillors. You know, it can actually, I actually think it can shut off councils' minds to considering pitfalls and so forth. I mean, in the past we had, you know, we've had all sorts of things proposed, including by developers and so forth, and they might sound like cool and groovy ideas and blah, blah, blah. But you know, if you just think about it, how much access developers get to the council in the lead up to them actually lodging a planning application, and then people who live nearby get just a couple of weeks to submit an objection. And, you know, I mean, every fossil fuel company in the world thinks that their projects are their ants' pants. I'm opposed to fossil fuel projects. You know, like it's the same sort of thing, really, with developers. They all think they've got the cool and groovy thing where they're going to make lots of money, but ordinary people don't get that same access to councillors that companies do. And so I think this is really important. I think it can shut off councillors' minds to considering pitfalls in projects.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. So we're now voting on this amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? And I might just call a division myself. So all those in favour of the amendment, Councillor Bolton, Councillor Conlon. All those against? Councillor Riley, Councillor Udez, Councillor Pulford, Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Panopoulos, and Councillor Davidson, and Councillor Pavlidis. So I declare that lost. So back to the substantive debate on this. Does anyone else wish to contribute to debate? We're back on.
I have an amendment also to insert submitters back into the policy, and I believe the wording will be on the screen shortly. No, to delete that section on submitters and put submitters in as it was in the previous policy.
So do we have so it's now being added to the screen. So Councillor Tapanos is wanting to move another amendment, or an amendment, which is, can councillors at home see that on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. So is there a seconder? So it's not, sorry, it's not permissible to the mover and the seconder.
Nope.
So is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Pavlidis?
Thank you, Councillor Pavlidis.
Yeah.
So this policy that we're adopting today is not going to stop councillors from meeting with developers or lobbyists or submitters. But what it does do is add an accountability measure and something that goes towards being open about who you're meeting with. It's a record-keeping exercise. That's what it is. It is about saying that if you have a planning application before the council, fill in the form so it's recorded who you're meeting with. If you're meeting with a developer, they may choose to influence you. A lobbyist effectively is a paid employee lobbying for that developer. But also submitters could be developers. Submitters, yes, could be residents objecting, but they could be developers objecting to the nearby development. They could be people that are supportive of the developer that have been told to put in submissions. And this point in particular was part of Operation Sandon. So my amendment here gives a policy that is in line with the recommendations of Operation Sandon. Operation Sandon said you need to put submitters or give consideration to the openness of submitters. Submitters can also unduly influence councillors. So I see no reason why this amendment should not be accepted. In line with Operation Sandon's principles, in line with what we've seen, it should be accepted. It's about accountability. You can't say we want accountability and a record of the meetings with developers, but not with other people who choose to influence us.
I know.
My clock is on still 0, so I'll keep speaking. But what I'm saying is, if you want to be fair in a process which is a statutory process that is highly scrutinised, then you must treat submitters and proponents equally. And I think that on a principle level, this doesn't do that unless you have this amendment. If you want a policy that aligns with Operation Stanton, this amendment does that. And there's no reason to not support this amendment, apart from to say it adds an extra level of paperwork. Well, come on. These are serious matters. We can fill out the paperwork. The organisation can register the paperwork. There's no other reason. If you don't have anything to hide from meeting with submitters, then declare it.
So
I will be declaring
Councillor
it, and
Tapanos, I
wish
believe your
everyone
3
else
minutes
did
is
too.
up. Thank you. Do Councillor Pavlidis, as seconder, would you like to wish to speak to this amendment? No. Okay.
I've got a question.
Okay. Councillor Bolton has a question.
So does this mean every little pensioner that makes a phone call to you needs to have their name recorded in council? Like, I actually think this could create massive fear amongst ordinary people who own nothing, who've got no interest in anything.
Question or getting into debate?
Question for
We've
who?
got 4 minutes left.
Well, yes, it's usually to officers that you ask questions.
Councillor Tapanos, who has put this forward.
Okay, Councillor Tapanos.
Okay. When someone puts in a submission to council, they do provide a planning submission, they do provide their details. Those details are not public. This document, if it were to be made public, specific privacy issues will be addressed and be redacted. If there's nothing wrong with having a document in the public domain that says Councillor X met with submitters, met with a number of residents, and their details, their privacy details, redacted. I believe maybe officers will be able to confirm it, but there should be no fear in being able to put in the form so it's public that a meeting occurred. But no, there's no privacy concerns because those details will not be made public.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. So, do we have anyone hoping to speak against this?
Can I move that
noting that the meeting will finish in 3 minutes.
Can I move that we just vote on this amendment?
So we've got a
Motion to put
procedural
debate.
movement to put debate. Can we do that on an amendment? Can we put debate on an amendment and move to vote?
Yeah.
So do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Riley, all those in favour of putting debate on this amendment? Okay. All those against? Well, any abstentions? So I'm going to have to do that again because no one really put their hand up. So all those in favour of putting debate on this specific amendment? So, sorry, put it to a vote, ending debate, putting it... No, the amendment to... Debate on the amendment to cease, and we just move to voting on this specific amendment. Sorry, that's what I meant, yes. So, all those in favour of the amendment be put? Councillor Riley, Councillor Pulford, Councillor Panopoulos, all those against? Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Bolton, Councillor Conlon, Councillor Pavlidis and Councillor Davidson. So we'll continue debating this amendment. So who wishes to speak to this amendment? So no one wants to speak. So Councillor Davidson.
I've got a question.
Okay.
Just to clarify, so it's along the lines of what Councillor Bolton was asking. So, say for example, is it envisaged that if a resident contacts us, we need to note that? Is that?
And who are you asking the question of, Councillor Davidson?
Well, to the person who's put the amendment, so to Lambros. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe under the policy you would need to note the people who you've engaged with. If people email you or call you and you don't respond, then no, you don't. But if you have an engagement, which could be a meeting or a phone call or an email exchange, then you do need to record that interaction.
Okay, so does any councillor wish to...
Maybe we can get a clarification from officers.
Okay. So right now it's 11 p.m. So I declare that the meeting is closed, and this meeting, the meeting was adjourned until 6 p.m. tomorrow evening. That's Thursday, the 11th of April. So this will be.
6 p.m.
Sorry, the CEO would like to make a comment.
Councillors, if there's a view that it would be easier to have it online tomorrow, that's a possibility. We're just checking the governance rules on that, but we'll get back to you and to the public as soon as possible on that.
So, I stand this meeting adjourned to 6 p.m. tomorrow evening. Thanks everybody thanks to the gallery for being here till late with us, and thanks to anyone.